Elfino, Lore, I've been looking all over for you. We've received news regarding Philamine, Hoary Boulder, and Hoary Boulder! Hoary Boulder, hey! Really? Has something happened? Yes, Pillars of Snow has given in to the Hoary Boulder side. That's nothing bad, quite the opposite. It seems once they learned the Scion's good name had been restored, they boarded the next ship for Limsa Limensa. They should be arriving any moment now. Please forget how useful link pearls are, aren't they? When they work, I mean, and if you don't mind being spied on. Yep. Necrid. And the best girl, Kryl. Kryl and I have been looking how we might track down Menphilia. We may have found the answer. Do you have a source for that? Let us know if you don't mind. Lore, when you were fleeing Ul'dah with Menphilia, you said Heidel and spoke to her before we parted ways, yes? Assuming that's true, and I see no reason to suspect that it is not, it seems reasonable to conclude Heidel commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Menphilia. Hang on. Rangers of Paradise might have online co-op question mark? Yep. And that's what I think of that in a nutshell. Admittedly, this is all quite hypothetical, but I propose such an intervention, however subtle, must surely leave a trace. In order to establish the existence of those ripples, we need suitable data. Fortunately, I know where we can find it. The battleground where Lore felled the ultimate weapon for the site of my personal ignominy. It was there that Heidelin intervened to shield him from the magic I invoked. Kryl and I will infiltrate the castrum, what's left of it. As the two of you alone? I have a proven knack for subterfuge, and I'm confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which for Kryl to hide while patrols pass. Besides, if you come along, who will see to Thalamine's grand recovery? Homecoming, that's the word he said. When you put it like that, very well. I put trust in your plan. Yes. So, to the Limensan docks. No, camper. We didn't. Oh my god, it's Rydia again! I do like the hair. It complements the suit well. Oh, now if you had green hair, that'd be even better. Really Rydia it up. Is green hair an option in this game? Good morning, Macromano. Good morning, Blade Turval. No, green chicken does not count. Good morning, Emperor Valerian. I don't think you were actually here for this, Valerian. It just occurred to me because I was checking my notes. But, since you weren't here for the dedication of this run to Emperor Valerian's internet, many puppies died to try and destroy Emperor Valerian's internet. But Valerian has finally, at long last, had his revenge on those delicious, delicious puppies. No more shall they strike his internet from beyond the stars. No more shall they try to strip down his capacity to have the ability to watch streams. All the puppies have been consumed. God, I'm almost twice your height. Oh, Lord, how have you been? Let me get a good look at you. I'm up here. Think the 12. One hears strange tales in foreign lands. I was worried about you every day. We would have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity. They fell upon us in the market, and it was all we could do to escape. Tataru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hanish vessel. It pained us not being there when she needed us most, but we made the most of it, didn't we? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance. But those dark days are behind us. I'm glad to return to home and speak with my daughter. Your daughter is missing. How could you let this happen? That's a good damn question. Bad writing? Bad writing. Forgive me, I'm sure you're doing everything in your power to find her. As Thancred must be, he watched over her from the first, long before me. And he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return and busy myself in the meantime. For a certainty there is much and more to be done. The braves have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Ori Boulder! I like to think he's a Pokemon. He just says his name over and over. Good morning, Fife. Good morning, Ledson. Good morning, Omega Legion. And thank you, Ledson, very much. I will put that towards To the Moon. Give me one moment. Pray return to the rising stones. Meanwhile, in the Meridianum, which honestly should be like half dead at this point and in pieces. Does he? I believe you. I don't have a strong memory of him talking. Yeah, nice outfit. You want to hide your frickin' tattoos, Tancred?
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Let us be about our business, then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Yep, it's Belgerswall.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you've favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out.
You're a Lalafell.
Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path.
So they hint at this a few times in ARR, but this is the first time they really lay out that Tancred is effectively Minfilia's father, for all intents and purposes.
She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every science. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future.
That's why she's getting more characterization in Heaven's Word when she's off camera than she did in ARR when she was on.
She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
I don't think I'd say the Baldessians have a superiority complex. What I see in the Baldessians is confidence, which is a different thing. A lot of people mistake confidence for, overconfidence or confidence for superiority. Something I myself am accused of semi-frequently. But I do think there's a distinction. Oh, I guess I never really answered your question, Pillars of Snow. I apologize. So, any game that is online co-op that I'm interested in is a good thing, because that gives me another game to play with my friends. And you know me, I'm just kind of a co-op fiend. I literally have a list of games that are co-op capable, and online co-op capable, and online 3-player co-op capable, and online 4-player co-op capable. In order to just... I'm the organized one. I'm the one who figures out what we play and when. Let's just put it that way. Feels good to be home again. I think everyone is waiting for us just beyond those doors. Not everyone. The older I get, the more sentimental I become. You couldn't tell. How old is she? 15? Is there such a thing as an old Mikote? Do they all just age gracefully? Is that what happens? Like I don't think I've seen an old Mikote ever. Oh, hey. I must tell the children at once. They were so fond of Hori. When our comrades betrayed us, I feared we were lost. Well, you know. We can do more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions with stalwart companions. Brings a bloody tear to my eye. Belch. Kind of Shadow Machine. Borderlands is kind of a weird one, but it is in the 4-player category, which means it's the game we play the least. We're like 1 chapter into Borderlands 3, and that's all we've managed so far. 37! Jesus Christ. Don't need to be shy. Come! Try to grant me a moment longer, at least, though I'm happy to oblige you. My legs are less accommodating. Ochre Boulder. That's not Ochre Boulder, that's Hori Boulder! The 7 houses drove my little brother to Mordona. Why, you and your scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained that I might grow as strong as you, but I might fight alongside you. And now you're here, I sense you've surpassed me once more. Don't tell me, you trained with Hanish, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive. I have studied the trials of the brave, drunk deep of the souls of mine enemies. Ew. It's my job, you're not a monk. What are you deciding which one of them to date? Glad though I am to be of home, I cannot think of those who are not returned. Once I have settled in, I will join the search. Meanwhile, first Ochre, now Hori. A passing fancy I consider, but this, she's hopeless. Oh my god, she really is crushing on them. She actually is. I was just joking. So in case you missed, the line there is, oh my, decisions, decisions. Sorry, I should say that more correctly. So what I should say is, oh my. It fills my heart to see you both hale and hearty. What of Higiri? She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. Wasn't the same without you. Welcome back. And yet she... Like... They're... Whatever. I think I'm older than all of the main cast. It's been so long since I've seen them all like this. Now let's go to Anti-Tower! What? It's like the next quest. Just the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they returned, there are others yet missing, others we cannot forsake. Ah, okay, Papalimo is barely older than I am. Whew! I'm the second oldest. We'll walk through those doors. We'll be here to welcome everyone home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. Yes, Datari. Man, Estinian's an old, grizzled vet. Hi, Valvedrix. There we go. So, Thancred and Kral contacted us. It seemed their foray bore fruit. They asked us rendezvous in Idleshire. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she'll forgive me if I return with her daughter. Yeah, we might not finish Heavensward today. It depends on cutscene length. We will guaranteed finish Heavensward tomorrow. Lolorito's 64. Okay. You got me beat on that one. Lalafell's apparently aged very gracefully. Yeah, I was speaking of Valvadrix, I'm still upset that there's another quest. I wanted to explain the mentality going into that. Because she's like, hey, there's this other quest chain you haven't done. I'm like, ow! Ah! Because, oh yeah, the side quests have been way longer and worse in Heavensward than I was expecting. I thought they'd be better. I thought, you know, ARR was like the bar, and then we'd go down from there. But no, Heavensward was worse. But anyways, I want you to imagine that you're running a marathon. And you're round the last corner, and you're going down, and you see the end. It's right there. It's like, okay, I've just got to make it. And then someone runs up by you, he's like, hey, by the way, they added an extra mile to the race. And you're just like, no! And that was my reaction to finding out that there's yet another side quest. It was rather less than I hoped, though maybe I asked too much. How's Philemon, by the way? Enchanting as ever, I trust. I'll have to pay my respects when time allows. My apologies, I see I'm the last to arrive. What news have you for us? Well, as we postulated, there were indeed what appears to be remnants of unexplained disturbance in the ether at the scene of the Ultima Weapon's destruction. A ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed with following the destruction of the Isle of Val, when I believe Heidelin shielded me with the Blessing of Light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Silde Aqueducts. There we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Heidelin. There is no other explanation. Actually, there's like 15, but let's not get into that. There's more. When I studied the site where Ishtola used the flow, it appeared not 2, but 3 beings had been affected. Yet, unlike Ishtola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there, and then not there. Now, recall your visions of a vast crystal in the Sea of Ether. Though this too is but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that when communing with Heidelin, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So consider the facts. 1, Heidelin interceded. 2, a third being was caught in Ishtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3, Heidelin may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. You're implying that Heidelin guided Minfilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her body and soul into the ethereal sea. In which case, we must continue our search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exists. In the Anti-Tower. I speak of the Anti-Tower, a Charlayan construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian, a contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the Anti-Tower? There's petitioner aid yet again. Master Matoya, would you stop coming to my door? God! Let's see this here. Let's see this. Oh, yeah, no, that works much better. That's even going to be in the sunlight in a second here. There we go. Much better. I approve. But I do not approve of this hair. Actually, I take that back. It matches the code quite well. So never mind. Both hairs are excellent. Poocha! Oh, I can't do that ability. Damn it! Why can't I do AoEs untargeted? No, don't kill me! Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay. Run, 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 run. Run, run, run! That's true, Blade Triple. I like to think, so being the kind of person I am, and since I am role-playing as myself, I like to think that each time I come, I have another new treat. Just like something I myself cooked as a culinarian. It's like, hey, I got you some Maltarts. Oh, thank you. Hey, I brought you a little bit of, you know, the What-You-Fig cookies, the Sideritas cookies. Oh, thank you. Hey, I got you some moral salad. Oh, thank you. Every time, right? I get something new. Because that is absolutely what I would do. Because I'm a weirdo. Let's see. Yeah, goblin chocolate, fresh from Idleshire. Here you go. I spruced it up with a few berries. So, Pika asks, what's your top 5 favorite Mario games? Well, I can only speak for the Mario games I've reviewed, so let's go to my website. Go to the review page. Sort by score. Yep. So in order, it would appear to be Mario World, and then Mario 3, and then Mario RPG, and then Mario 64, then Mario 2, then Mario Sunshine, and that's it. And those are the only ones I've reviewed. Also, Mario Odyssey is the best Mario game. Don't at me. Well, that or Paper Mario 2, one of the two. Yeah, I would bring her the cheese, but look at this place. By the way, there's the entrance to the anti-tower, I think. So, there you go. Hole in the ground. What a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Some tart. Oh, thank you. Though it pains me to admit your words strike close to the mark. We must humbly ask you grant us entry to the anti-tower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the ethereal sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? Blair! The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. If that's no deterrent, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the anti-tower was sealed, save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order to me. By the way, yes, that Forum, the one who was trying to hunt down the astrologians and get captured, imprison, or murder them for the crime of trying to share knowledge. I look forward to reaching out to the Charlans and seeing the Forum in Endwalker. Don't say anything. I'm just commenting. So let's go. Lore can go. Take the magicless rogue, too, if you like. He's no use to me. The rest of you stay and work. Those are my terms. Oh. I'll be delighted. Lead the way. Tancred, no. Your etheric flow has been compromised. Don't deny it. To venture into an environment so thick with ether, so close to the sea, would be to risk further impairment, or worse. But Minfili could be in there waiting for us, and you could die for nothing. If she's waiting beyond, Lore will find her. Trust in him. Have faith. Fair, Omega Legion. You can't judge the entire Senate for the actions of 99% of the Senate, after all. Sorry, politics joke. Alright, and, yep, Duty Finder. Okay, so, Rax is here. Rax is not here. Ah! Well, I know Sirona's here. And Pillars of Snow, were you wanting to go? You didn't say so last night, but I don't think you were there last night. There was a queue? Oh, right. I logged on like an hour ago to bypass all that. I think you're lying to me, Pillars of Snow. But I believe you. I believe your terrible, terrible lies. This is appropriate. Because I'm glad you're awake, Rax, because it's you. Oh, for God's sake. Refresh. Refresh. There you go. I can go as whatever. I have no preference. Let's talk to them as they're cleaning up here. Whatever it takes. I like that. I'm not sure what you're going to do when you hit the bottom, but you've been resourceful. Long did I wonder what awaited beyond that door. Several times in my youth I tried to open it, but the wards were beyond my skill to dispel. Be that as it may, I hardly think the work of 3 Scions is fair trade for its opening. Least you could do is let me go in Thancred's place. I guess I could tank. I don't mind. This is 60. Sure. I mean, that's not really plot armor by definition is when, you know, your life is spared for no good reason. Plot armor is when you're shot in the face as a normal human being and you're fine. Actually, one of my favorite examples of plot armor is from Star Trek Voyager. Not to bash on that show, but, yeah. There's a scene where the same shot hits Chakotay and some random ensign. The ensign dies instantly. Chakotay has a slight scar. That's plot shields at its finest right there. Yep, there's the anti-tower. Because, of course... Exactly, 5. So, top 5 Zelda games. Let's go to my website again. Hit the review page. Make sure my tank stance is on. And let's see, how many Zelda games have I reviewed? Majora's Mask, and then Ocarina of Time. There you go, there's my top 2 Zelda games. Alright, wall to wall. Let's do it. Leroy. I don't have my closer yet. Why don't I have a closer? I'm level 60. When do I get that? 62! I mean, even in real life, people can survive being shot in the face, but you get my point. Plot shields is when they survive, and they shouldn't. That's really the simplest way to explain that. The plot protects them. Nothing logical. Yeah, Paladin gets theirs at 74. What does Dark Knight get theirs? I can't even check right now. $45. See, that's reasonable. That makes me wonder, when does Gunbreaker get theirs? I was just trying to think of some way I could check in-game, in a dungeon. I don't think there's any way to do that, so I'm just going to live with that. The difference between a warrior and a Dark Knight is a warrior's good. Hey, Rai. You could have joined us, Rai. You could have been a contender. Like, I know we've talked a lot about class fantasy and how we'd redo Dark Knight and all that stuff, but I just... Were you painting any dragons, right? The answer, no. Okay. That's okay. They traded good job design for good story design. I mean... 56. There we go. Thank you for checking, 5. So there you go. Gunbreaker gets good in Heavensward. Warrior is good in Heavensward. Dark Knight is a class in Heavensward. Paladin gets good in Shadowbringers. God, that's so bad. Oh yeah, how's the new bamboo paper? How you finding it? I love the texture. Personally, you can do so much with it. Especially with, like, watercolors, because you can actually use the grooves that way. Okay, so boss number 1. We got this. Let's go ahead and sit up a little bit here. This button, and then hit this button, and then hit this button. And then we just start hitting Fell Cleave. And then we hit Fell Cleave again, and then we hit this button, then we do Fell Cleave again, and then we do hit this button, and then we do Fell Cleave again. Because we're a warrior. We get hit with Odious Croak, but it's okay. Oh, apparently that's a wave attack? I didn't even see that. Sorry, I literally couldn't see that. Because I'm blind, apparently. Generic boss music. So let's do this. 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 In the face. Fell cleave. Gotta fell cleave. Fell cleaves for days. Here's Actaft. Wow, that's a really bad debuff. Wow! That is a 10-second stun, which also makes you take more damage. That is a horrifying debuff. Wow! I mean, it's dispellable, but, you know, yikes. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that mechanic too. This is another one of those simple but decent bosses. You know, they've got so it's got the breath attacks, got the bubbles which you avoid, got the ads which you kill, got the water splash which you get out of. The faster you kill the ads, the less time he spends doing his AoE, his unavoidable. But I didn't know he had a 10-second stun vuln. Could I have that ability? Wonk! Ah. I love how, like, the whole anti-tower is all nice and neat and orderly. And then there's that one tower over there that's it's just gotta be different, you know? And you can just tell that Johnson over there was like, no, hang on, guys. What if I put it at a 33-degree angle? And it's like, no, you idiot, it won't fit with the rest of the castle. No, it's okay, it'll look nice. No, it won't, and it'll be harder to navigate. But listen. Yeah, I'm looking forward to someday playing Squadrons. Someday. On PC, of course. Okay. Pay attention to the giant death breath this time. Not piss off my my healer, who probably let me die on purpose. In fact, committed suicide actually because the healer died before I did. Just to ensure that I didn't have to be healed. It was a protest. There we go. It's actually got a bigger area of effect than it looks like it does too. Look at that. Look at that. Just that's a really long flamethrower attack. Jeez Louise. Okay, so let's hit this, and then let's hit him in the face, then in the face, and then in the face. I was stunned and taking more damage. Give me a break. Yeah. It's hard to live when you literally can't hit buttons. Literally. See, if there's someone who literally costs more... there it is. Oh, God. That... there we go. Oh, yeah. In the face. Jesus, that ability. I want that friggin' ability. It's called Toy Hammer. Square, take note. Give me Toy Hammer. Scooch over here. Don't mind me. Yeah, no. I actually thought it was Magic Hammer at first because the sound effect was the same. And it looked similar. Oh, come on. I just... Alright, whatever. Die, Frogster. You don't belong in this world. Yeah, we don't have a hammer job, do we? Unless you count Goldsmith. Ah! Alright, enough. I'm just gonna eat it. Just die. Just die, Zello. Oh god! Okay. Everyone remember where we parked. Okay, I've got to know. Is this also a mimic? It's not a mimic. What the hell? Wasted opportunity. Oh, that doesn't generate any rage at all. That's terrible. I'll pay the fee when we get out, Serrano. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You got an extra $5 on you, right? Damn it. Alright, fine. Rax, you're gonna have to pay the parking fines. Sorry. No, no, no. Target that one over there, you dumb game. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, where's our guild toss ability, Square? Please don't actually invent that, Square. That would be actually horrible. It would be an interesting way to add a gill fountain. Or, excuse me, a gill sink, wouldn't it? Players can now throw Gil to do damage directly. This damage bypasses all, what the hell are these things? Bypasses everything, just like Gil Toss actually does. 50 million gold Namazu mount? I don't think I've seen that. In fact, I know I haven't seen that. At least, I haven't seen it in-game. Has anything been worse than the Moogle side quest in Heaven's Word? No. They really are the worst. I did more of it off camera. Really, I did. And it kept getting worse. It's just... why? On the plus side, I will never do them again. Literally ever. This is the lore run and the review, and I'm not changing my review system ever again, just so I never have to do the Moogle quest again. That's the reasoning. It's not professional anything. It's just, screw it! Of course it's good. Why wouldn't it be good? It's there to mock me. It's like, hey, lore. What? Just right in the face. That's true, and it's not like I'm ever going to make a new character to do the new review once we change our review system in 2037. Oh god, thank you, Bedsmack. Oh god! Very much appreciate the sub. Thank you. As ever and as always, appreciate. If you know what you want to put that towards, do please let me know. While I auto-run into the wall. There we go. So this one's a fun one. I actually remember this fight. I've never done it at minimum level, though, so this should be funny. We're going to spend a little bit of time just building up for a second here. It's kind of idle DPSing. Don't mind me. Oh, wow. Just a tiny, narrow attack. That's pathetic. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Yep, so the way this works is... we've actually seen this mechanic before. I forget where. But... the longer they stay alive, the larger the telegraph gets. So if the DPS isn't on it, which almost every pug I've ever done this dungeon in ever is usually not on it, then it just slowly encompasses the entire arena. What's wrong button? That button, that's the one. And then fell cleave. And then fell cleave. Hang on. And then fell cleave. And then, let's go here. Nope, that didn't work. All of them are already on the list, Ben Smack, excuse me. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure this mechanic has existed before now. Come on, there we go. Okay. Nope, that's cool, I got this. I got this. I don't got this. Die. Okay, there we go. Oh god, I don't know. Threaten, he's out of range. Look at me! Stop fixating. I'm just gonna keep using this button. Eventually, it'll do something. Jesus Christ, that's a long fixate. Oh, it's not the fixate, it's just the beam weapon. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, bull crap! Just a hit. In the face. Don't worry, none of the pixel remasters are funded, so I'll put it towards FF6. If you give me a minute, I am a little distracted right now. Being a terrible tank who doesn't remember how to dodge mechanics. That is my job, being a terrible mechanic. Mechanic? Yep, a terrible mechanic. It's a new thing, I just invented it. You can thank me later. Yep, let's just... There we go. We're cool. Trying to not aim it, because he's going to do the beam thing still. There we go. And who's he aiming at? Not me. Okay, cool. Die, monster. Bell cleaves! Now I'm going to go ahead and Alt-Tab. Put that towards Final Fantasy 6. Pixel Remaster. Yeah, I know the feeling, Ben Smack. I do hope that whatever's going on in your world is doing as best as it can to tilt towards something positive. So we're actually in. We're in the Undertower. The Anti-Tower. The Undertower? I think Undertower works. There's a lot of mammoths in here for some reason. Not sure why, really. Damn it. Okay, fine. Readjusting. Yep, that's what I was waiting for. It's okay, I faced the wall. I did my job. I did my best. Door kicker. No one's gonna get that. Hi, Final Cloud. How have I been? I haven't committed suicide yet. Alright. What do we got? What's in here? Nothing, right? I do like the music in here. That's fun. Oh no! I sure hope these statues don't come to life and attack us at a narratively appropriate moment. Listen, this floor is mine. You can't have it, Rax, okay? Go get your own. No. Guild Wars 2 has never done a story trim like Star Trek Online has. Or FF14, for that matter. Oh yeah, speaking of Guild Wars 2, you want to hear a cool concept? Just while we're doing this dungeon? So there's this thing, it's really cool. Check this out. So I'm going to use this in FF14 terms. Imagine there's a character that, you know, as we're going into Heavensward, the character's like, And this character goes off to all the gambling houses and all the casinos and says, I bet the Warrior of Light is going to successfully defeat Needhog. And everyone's like, no, they're not. And so they all bet against them. And then that character gets lots of money because they all bet against us. And so then it's like, oh, I bet the Warrior of Light's going to go and successfully defeat Thornton and the Garlean Empire. Oh, no, there's no way. There's no way. And then we do. And then they make more money. And then they're like, all right, I've got another one. Hang on. I bet, and then, you know, the event that we're building up towards. Oh, give me a break. There's no possible way. They've got to be the end of their streak. And then they make more money. And this is actually something that happens in Guild Wars 2. There's a character, Canuck is his name. And he makes literally billions of gold betting on us consistently. And I love it, because it makes so much weird amount of sense. And Canuck then becomes a semi-regular background character, because he originally was adventuring with us. But then he kind of shifts to being the Bruce Wayne, or the Tony Stark of the group. You know, those are both not good examples, but he's the funder, right? Like, he is the source of a lot of the funding for our adventuring activities, because he made a bagrillion gold on us. And he immediately invested it, too. It's worth noting. Starts his own private party and casino thing, all sorts of stuff like that. And I applaud it because I don't think I've ever seen that plot point in an RPG ever. Who bets against us? Everybody bet against us! Okay, so I should probably mention it's not quite the same in Guild Wars 2. So in Guild Wars 2, we play the Commander. Now, as the name implies, we're really good at, you know, leading and organizing all that. We're pretty good in a fight, but we're no Warrior of Light, right? Like, we probably should have died every single one of those fights in Guild Wars 2. And with careful strategy and careful tactics, we managed to make our way out of it. So yeah, Canuck, yeah, he becomes the Nick Fury. He becomes the funding source. And it's such an awesome idea that I can't believe there's got to be some other RPG somewhere that's done that. Because it's such a cool concept. I just wanted to comment on that because he showed up during the end of Dragons. Pax and I actually beat the expansion last night. And, yeah, he was just like, oh, you want to start a bar? Okay, bonk, here's several tens of thousands of gold. So, you remember these? Okay, so, God, I gotta remember, because there's actually a mechanic in this fight that sucks, even on pugging, and I don't remember what it is. Calcabrina. Hi, Roman. And yes, I did post-game. Pika, you're right. I 100%ed Mario Odyssey. I have literal proof of that, because I got the Super Mega Ultra one. So, yeah, open with... Yep. And waiting patiently. Yeah. Okay, I was terribly aimed, but whatever, it'll do. So Calca does line and Brina does circle. Remember that. I was correctly positioned for that. I don't remember the gaze thing. There's also something about, like, Tantrum, and we have to do something to interrupt Tantrum, and I don't remember how it works. I remember Tantrum sucking. Hey, an actual song. Holy crap. Okay, there it is. Look, don't look at gaze. Don't look at gaze. There we go. Listen, Roman, we need to... Okay, there's knockout. Is that it? Oh, that's not it. That's just a tank buster. Okay. And I remember this mechanic. Only hit her from the front. This is kind of cool. Damn it, I hit the wrong button. In the face. More Felk leaves. I love how you can see the strings periodically. Ah, that's what it is, right? We have to kill the ads before we get killed by the Tantrum, isn't that it? Maybe? I don't know. I'm just making it up as I go here. Nope, she's still tantruming. She's still tantruming. Oh, God, she's still tantruming. Why are you tantruming? Oh, God, I'll buy you the ice cream. Just stop beating me up, please. Actually, never do that. Parental advice. Never just give in like that. Kill the other players. Got it. Die, Rex. Way. Ooh. Yeah, it's only half my health. It's cool. It's cool. I got this. And up from the front again. I forget what she does if you attack her from not the front, but I remember Pugs doing it and dying, so I think it's bad, whatever it is. Whatever it may be. Listen, I really want to kill Rax. Oh, it's a reflect. Yeah, that would do it. Oh! Kill me! Kill me! It's the only way! Ah, it feels so pretty. I shall dance and sing away the days. La 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 la. No, okay, okay. No ice cream for you, young lady. No, I got all of them, Pika. 100%. Again, I have on-camera proof of this. In the face. Well, I mean, this is this. Obviously wrong. Why are the Calcabrina here? Who knows? One thing I've noticed, which I don't dislike, it's just funny, is FF14 devs like to just pepper references wherever. Sometimes they make sense. Frankly, they usually don't. They're just, yeah, the Calcabrina are in here because FF4. And that's it. That's the reason. We did have Rydia for the party, so that makes sense. Yeah, no, I'm going to stand by my statement, Bellatrix. From an out-of-character perspective, the only reason to put them here is because, hey...
Feel. Think.
Why would I loot the chest? Good job, everyone, by the way. Good fights, too. Good fights, good visuals. I think that's easily a 2+ dungeon. What are we thinking? Good music, too. And I'm not just saying that because I want the gameplay score to catch up a little bit.
Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst.
Raise eyebrow. Yeah, even in a pug, you can usually clear that place very quickly.
We are the word of the mother. We, who were once called Minfilia. Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Hydaelyn guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering.
So really quick, I've mentioned before how I don't think we're tempered. That is a fan theory. I don't know if that's approved or denied in Endwalker. Don't say anything. I don't want to hear it. I'm just giving my thoughts as of what I know as of Shadow. I've always thought we're not tempered. And part of why is because I think that is what tempered looks like. Tempered of Hydaelyn, I mean.
We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world. Thus do we beseech thee once more, Hear, feel, think.
There's another theory about that, which I'm not going to share yet. I'll bring that up in shadow.
Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one. But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound. In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final. The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea.
Yeah, do you notice this is a direct lead into Shadowbringers? Something that is an expansion away from this?
Blessed children, go forth and seek. Seek.
Thank the 12!
Did you find her? Did you find Minfilia?
Yes? No, in the ways that matter, no.
The word of the mother. I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
Yeah, it's okay. Minfilia just became a flesh puppet. And I say it that way because, well, sound familiar?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying... Are you saying she's gone?
Yeah, by the way, I'm just going to give this away. For all the fake outs and for all the fake deaths and they come backs, Minfilia is gone. She is actually, and for all intents and purposes, erased. Funny, the character they decided to keep dead of the main party is that
But
one.
that cannot be. Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
I also have to admit, I'm really torn on this, because the idea of losing my little girl would make me destroy the entire planet. But it's so hard for me to sympathize with Thancred personally here, because I just can't stand Minfilia.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Thank you, Matoya.
Must you be so ungentle?
Yes, we need to slap you out of this.
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
I like the
And
hesitation.
that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die.
Unfortunately, yes, Robin. Sometimes people need to be knocked out of shock. And how you knock them out of shock depends on the person. There's no one answer to that. But one of the ways is to just kind of slap them in the face metaphorically with reality. And you'll notice what she said, they say it was ungentle, but it wasn't unkind. What she is saying, put in more flowery terms, is your comrade died to ensure that you have a chance to get this done. She didn't die in vain, and she didn't die for nothing. That's why Matoya immediately follows up this with a question of, what are you doing? What is your purpose? Why are you fighting? Effectively laying out everything I just mentioned. Yeah, exactly. Don't waste this. I like Matoya quite a bit. In fact, I'm going to jot down a positive here while we're here. But yeah, this is a good scene to really explain, yeah, there we go, why I like Matoya.
The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
Yeah, this isn't some fairy tale. Just because we have a Star Destroyer doesn't mean we automatically win.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly.
Yeah, a lot of people die permanently in Heavensward. It's interesting. Considering Stormblood's the war expansion, and yet...
Come, there is much to be done.
You know, it's funny you bring that up. I constantly compare us to a Star Destroyer.
Of course.
But in the actual show, a Star Destroyer can be brought... In the movies, a Star Destroyer can be brought down by, let's call it what it is, bad writing. And isn't that just appropriate for FF14? Because almost every time something like that happens, it's because of, you know, cutscene incompetence or just stand over there and do nothing.
Thancred, wait!
Yeah, no. Edgecred. So I know a lot of people who didn't like Thancred's arc here.
No, this is all wrong.
We'll see what we think of it. I will say the next time I remember liking Thancred is in Shadow. But I mean, I like almost everyone in Shadow, so that's not really saying much. 'Tis blessed few who get to choose how and when and for what they die. Not that you need reminding, I suppose. For all the suffering he has known, he still clings to the notion there is a cosmic justice, a morality by which we are saved or condemned. And there isn't. As I say, Thancred's gonna leave the narrative for, God, like weeks, I think, really. She's not gonna be back, is she? No. I know that. To give her all for her beliefs was ever her way. So will we, as we must. I meant in real life, like in streaming terms. Villagers know. What greater calling could there be to stand against dark as defenders of the light? And yet where does it end? The sacrifice, the loss. So yeah, by the way, next dungeon we have is not for a while. It's going to be Sor Kai, which will then immediately go into the final steps of faith. So anybody who wants to participate in that, and I would love to have as many people as possible for the final steps of faith, because I really want to do that synced. Just let me know. Alright, so. I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stones, especially Thalamian. I will brief Tatara on what we've learned, as well as Orion J. As for you, I'd say you've earned a rest. But speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Sir Emmerich to a team he's planning a ceremony and would like you to attend. Sure, let me switch back to being a Dragoon for a second here. I don't think it'll be 8 hours. We might hit it before the lunch break. No, Minfilia's dead, Disco. Actually, worse than that. Minfilia's kind of erased and has been replaced. Oh God, I don't know how to explain this. Because the nature of this setting is such that Hydaelyn needed a... Let's call it a... I can't think of the term. It's an electrical term. We needed to connect a circuit to the other via crude mechanism. And there's actually a specific term for that kind of patch fix. But anyways, Hydaelyn needed that in order to be able to talk to us. And so... Sock puppet? That sounds right. No, but yeah, Hydaelyn needed that in order to be able to connect the circuit and talk to us and blah, blah, blah. And so Minfilia was kind of in order to make that happen. So there is, in every way that matters, no Minfilia at this point. And it's the second time I've said that, and I stand by that sentence. For those of you who understand why I keep re-emphasizing that.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation.
Yes, Sir Emmerich. Oh, sorry. Right.
Good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance. Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire, but if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change. Tis nothing. Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the Zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead.
Tell you what, Emmerich, I know you're very dedicated. Let me suggest something. It's this brand new thing they just invented. It's called taking a good night's sleep.
I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. It would not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all.
You know, I'm almost sad.
One more thing.
Sad I'm not going to wear this outfit during Stormblood, but don't worry. I'm going to wear my samurai outfit for Stormblood, which looks so much cooler.
A drink! We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
I like to think, and this is pure headcanon, that my Warrior of Light has a ridiculous alcohol tolerance just because of his general durability and ether composition. So it's just... That's like pure ethanol. Just nothing, you know? Yeah, just remembering Hashafal there. Don't mind me. And remember, I'm not just the president of the No Sleeping Club. I'm also a client. Oh, absolutely. Of all of the crafter classes, the one I've always personally identified most with is Culinarian. Probably because in real life I am something of a cooking food geek. So, I love the idea that my character canonically really is an accomplished and not just an accomplished chef, but one who cooks all the time, right? Whenever we're stopping at camp, whenever we're traveling across the country, I'm the one who actually cooks the food for everyone. That's, again, pure headcanon, but I like to think of it that way. At one point in time, I tell Alphino about Lord Irvs. He just looks at me weird. Nobody laughs. The Lord Commander said you would come. As you can see, preparations are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. Oh, this scene! I remember the scene pissing me off. It conceals a relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor day and night to see it finished on schedule. Oh, absolutely, Dr. Winter. Definitely got some cookies for people. I wasn't joking about the Matoya thing. I like to think every time we go in there, it's like, here, I'm sorry. Here. Sorry for bugging you. I brought you meat rolls. You want some bacon bread? How about those meatballs I made for someone with no teeth? They're really good, I swear. Anyways, it was not my war, but I made it mine, and to see it draw to a closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? His certainty we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I'm rambling. You must be tired. Nah, I don't sleep. I don't breathe. I don't anything. I'm like Sephiroth. I don't even blink. If you would rather not take a rest, why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? She literally acknowledges that I refuse to rest. There's something funny about that. That's right. glad to see the rumors were true. Well met, and fear not. This is also why I'm not bothered by the cold. Or the heat. I've no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is one of the convictors might not have been informed. As I recall, Vidofnir may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. Yeah, that would be what we call a faux pas. The cold never bothered me, anyway. Do you know where everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard Sir Aymeric was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How do we get heroes like that in this day and age? He's more than a fighter, too. He's a thinker. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things, and he'll do it. I'm not going to make a joke. Not going to make a joke. No. Yeah, the Puff of Darkness is my phylactery. My sister is my phylactery. That'd be a messed up story arc. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, but with all them heretics beside. Don't misunderstand. We got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragonfire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts in the past, so hearing there's a reconciliation, it's a relief. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? Yeah, it was like it was yesterday. If you told me then we would be hosting a peace conference, I would have called you a naive fool. Yet here we are. Here I am. Yeah, take the credit. I don't care. Lord Artariel, if I may. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority are willing, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me, they would defy Sir Aymeric commands if they dare attack Vidofnir. It'll not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must go and kill them in their stupid, dumb faces. I understand completely. Let's go. Would you look after Emmy while I'm away? Yep. As you know, he has been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have been suffering a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty, a simple but honorable charge, unlike to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear I may abandon his post. All I ask is you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Yeah, he's a teenager, who I so far don't like as a character. Still holding off on that, because this is his other big scene, and we'll see what we think of it. Hi, Honoroi. Hey, MPPY. He's 26. He acts like he's 13. Maybe 14. Rather busy at the moment, guarding the tavern, as it were. Oh, Artoriel thought I might be derelict in my duties, huh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe, yet I have been forbidden from leaving. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guest to be devoured by wolves, so go kill some wolves. Wait, no, you were forbidden from... Thank you, Honoroi. 700 years, MPPY. I mean, I could really estimate if you really wanted me to, but... Another month or so, maybe. Yeah, I feel really bad for Honoroi. Imagine it's your job to take care of a moron on a day-to-day basis, and you understand what it's like to run a register. Don't worry, the eventual WoW review run will probably be longer. Ironically, it'll go quicker, with shorter cutscenes. There's just, you know, an extra 7 or so years of content to cover there. I'm not sure how Guild Wars 2 will go. STO will actually be pretty short, all things considered. Probably about 2 weeks, maybe. Something like that. And Tor will be another several month affair, because it's Tor. Lore Runner, Wolfsbane! Oh, there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one that made the arsonist confessed. Yes, continue to destroy him, Rex. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on your map. So ESO will be an interesting one because I haven't played ESO. I mean, let me walk that back. I have played ESO. In fact, I've played ESO 3 separate times. But I don't know ESO like I do most MMOs. That's why ESO isn't even on the list right now, because I'm not sure if I'm willing to allow it. That will effectively be a premiere run. That being said, I have wanted to play ESO for some time. The problem is the people I play MMOs with have no interest in it, so that's just kind of never happened. So we'll see. Questions. Pika says, do you think being shot in the head during Fallout New Vegas at the beginning of it counts as plot armor? Now, that's actually an interesting question, because that's not as, cut and dry as most examples of plot armor are. It's meeting you. 'Twas fortunate I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time in taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let's return and see what other thrilling tasks he has for us. I should have talked to the hopeful heretic. Oh well. Yeah, it's gameplay armor. I mean... but no, it's... By most accounts, you could say that it's kind of plot armor, but yeah, the problem is it really it kicks off all of the plot. And it's also a convenient way to excuse you starting over from level 1. And yeah, the big point about plot armor is it's something that happens that doesn't make sense, specifically and solely for the purposes of advancing the plot. I think by definition we could probably excuse the New Vegas incident. That being said, if you wanted to push for it, I wouldn't argue it, because by most accounts it does qualify, it's just its very unique circumstance kind of pushes it a little bit into a gray territory. It's always the younger one, every time, without fail. There you are, a pair of gallant heroes if ever I saw them. Comrades at arms, reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice of killing wolves, you have guaranteed the safety of many guests. Thank you both. With that, there's not left to do but enjoy a well-earned respite. Oh, and this should go without saying, but let's keep those last few favors between us. Artorial wouldn't understand, and I'm getting the most wonderful back massage right now. Right then, first floor of the barracks has been converted into the tavern. Why don't you go have something to eat? For once, a suggestion I agree with. Go on, Joy. Lore, I'll join you. And we never see him again. Yeah, this quest. I really am curious what I'm going to think of this with analysis mode on, because I remember hating this quest.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment. Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks.
See you around, Roman. Have a good one.
Freed food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all.
You've got a pear just sitting right there. Just give me the pear. I'll just get the pear. Why am I even asking you?
Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
Yeah, the red alert should be flashing a little bit harder than that, but we're apparently a moron today, so whatever.
You were right, my lord. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest. After all you've done, I'd say you've earned it.
Quit.
Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs. This was never your fight.
Yeah, apparently, even though we have great alcohol tolerance, we have no drug tolerance at all.
My son. They told me he walks in Halone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them. They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I!
One thing I do like about this is a lot of people agree to be the terrorists, let's call them what they are, for different reasons. Some do it out of anger, some do it out of disbelief, some do it out of zealotry, some do it out of grief. And it all lines up surprisingly neatly. It's kind of messed up when you think about it. And yeah, by the way, we talk a lot about the sunk cost fallacy. We usually talk about it in context of actual economic matters, but this is a true example of sunk cost fallacy, what this woman is going through here.
I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin. All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do. Makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
And what's really funny here is that these people, what they're saying is astonishingly stupid. But not from a writer's perspective. All of this is stuff that actual people would actually say, and all of this lines up. They're not thinking. Yeah, exactly, Blade Travel. They're not thinking. They are not engaging their brains. They have already decided what they're going to do, and everything they're saying is just trying to justify what they've already come to the conclusion thereof.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, Man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
Now, I know this is obvious, but I feel it needs to be emphasized. A continued war between Ishgard and the dragons, without Nidhogg deliberately going out of his way to torture them and prolong their suffering, would end with Ishgard being burned to the ground and everyone in it killed. Ishgard was always on the losing side of this war. The only reason that they have been able to sustain for as long as they have is because of the fact that their opponent has been deliberately toying with them for centuries. Now, obviously, Nidhogg's there and blah, 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 but let's just assume for a moment that Nidhogg is actually gone, which is what they are to understand at this point in time. Under those precepts, what you have is the Unleashed Scourge, to use the Warcraft example. This is basically asking to die. But of course, whether they know that or not, whether they acknowledge that or not, they're not thinking. And so, hurt people, angry people,
Hey! This is no time for napping.
afraid people, and stupid people.
Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Yes, we do.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter.
Okay, so I'm going to interrupt this wonderful scene for 1 second here. She just said Dravarnians, and for 1 second I'm like, oh god, is that another word I've been misreading for years? No, I just reread it. It is Dravanians. She's just stupid.
Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it! And strike back!
You know what the worst thing about being really, really, really angry is? And I mean this sincerely. Nothing good comes from it. I'm explaining this wrong, so I'm going to try to do this a different way. I want you to put yourself into her shoes for just a second. What's good? What's right? Like most people think in terms of trying to make things better, or trying to accomplish something, or trying to improve your situation, right? How do you improve her situation? There's no good. There's no getting better. There's just this toxic poison seeping through your veins, preventing you from even thinking about a possibility of things getting better, because there is no better. And when you're in that kind of a state, when everything is awful, you can do some really, really unpleasant things. And there's no good that is going to come of this.
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
So Emmy, the Lord, gives an order to his soldier, who shoots her.
See? See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward.
Now, I could dissect what she just said and how wrong she is. But you don't shoot protesters.
This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by dragon's fang, or death by nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
Second arrow didn't miss. That's a lung shot. She's dead.
What have you done? I only did as you ordered, my lord.
Now, this is actually a fairly nuanced situation, if you're paying attention. We've got a panicked idiot, Emmy, who's the only noble in charge, the only soldier in charge here, who gives an order to a panicked soldier who interprets that, frankly, wrong. And you see the problems here. Okay, how the hell does she survive a lung shot?
I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
I like how they're all looking at him. Not the soldier. As usual, you know, who's to blame? The person who gave the order or the person who followed through the order? The answer is, as always, both. But all they're looking at is him. Well, that couldn't have played out any worse. Hang on, that's an interesting challenge. Can we think of a way that could have gone worse than it did? Maybe if Emmy had actually flat out said kill her instead of stop her, that might have gone worse. Kill the witnesses, yeah, that might have gone badly. If a riot broke out, I'm actually frankly astonished a riot didn't break out right then and there. Anyways, I spoke with a messenger who said they were returning shortly, but until they do, Lord Emmy has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak with anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure order is restored. Yeah, the kid has, of course, ran into the room and hid because, well, let's be honest, what else is he gonna do? Oh god, that's much worse, Lord Harriman. My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. The surgeons tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools ruined everything, and for what? Can I go and admit something? Just really quick. This is getting a little bit too personal. I'd like to say I sympathize with the woman and her loss and her pain. But the truth is, I don't. One of the things I've discovered, and I mean truly discovered, you know, Genosco, through personal experience, is that you really reveal who you are when you're at your absolute worst. And I've seen people who are in horrific levels of pain, personal pain, mental pain, emotional pain, physical pain. And we tend to peel back a lot of layers when we're like that. I know exactly who I am when I am in debilitating pain, as I have been in that level of pain more than once in more than one style in my life. I am not like her. That's not bragging. My sister told me a story that I barely remember. One time, sorry for going into this. One time, I had an attack, a pain attack is what I used to call them. And this was before I found out about the kidney stones. She had to carry me to the car, drive the car to the emergency place, and get me checked out to figure out what the hell was going on. I have vague memories of that incident because I was in horrific levels of pain. But apparently I just kept talking while I was going, and she says I was talking about how much I would give to ensure that no one else in the world ever felt like that. That's me. The real me, underneath everything else. That's me when I'm at my worst. So I can't sympathize with her. Empathize, yeah. I do feel bad for her, but I cannot understand the viewpoint. I cannot think of being in that kind of horrific nightmare state and saying, all I want to do is hurt others. They were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough, that their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it, or will the others like them and the true brothers? I don't want to bear steel against kinsmen ever again. I don't know if I can. What possible purpose would that serve, Lord Harriman? I'm not into revenge. I never have been. I heard the rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? That's a good friggin' question. Well, I say... Oh, that's not true, though, Pillars of Snow. I'm not telling you the rest of the story because it's none of your business. But, I absolutely have targets for my pain. Well, I say him and Sir Emmerich take their bloody change and shove it up their arses. I'll not be taken up by that rod again. Right. That's great. So the violence has passed, but the people are far recovered. Well, that's to be expected. For the moment, it appears no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all the casualties can be placed squarely on the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Lord Artorial and the first commander should have returned by now. To the tavern, then. Let's speak with Lord Emmy. I have to review this scene now. You can see why I didn't like it the first time, Furrow. Apologies, Laura. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There'll be time for that later. I, for one, am concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we do now? What do we know? According to the reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman whom Lord Emmy ordered shot. No, he didn't. She and her conspirators infiltrated the nest, posing as servants as guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still others committed suicide. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, which is stupid. But for the surgeons are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Here's hoping. Given the impeccable timing, it seems likely the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. What is this, Star Trek 6? Well, if the mood of the hamlet's any indication, theirs have been more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protest, people seem disillusioned. You spoke with them. I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust in me. It'll be difficult to explain what's happening here. Oh, no, it'll be really easy. Some moron left the frickin' teenager, I know he's in his 20s, in charge, and things went to hell. Because of course they fricking did. Do note that while I am upset at Emmy for being stupid, and I'm upset at the soldier for being stupid, the flat reality here is no one should have left that idiot in charge of anything. And that is, if we're to rewind the quote, if we're to follow the trail of you know, responsibility, that is the core flaw right there. They're not the flaw. Sin? What's the word? Person at fault for legal problem. Suspect? That's still alright. God, I can't word today. Yeah, sure thing, Disco. Remember how far we've come. The people's faith may be shaken, but But we convinced them before, and we'll do so again, if we can but find the means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past. We must pray you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference, pending Ameryk's final decision. By the way, this is the first time we really get to see how Emmy is taking this. Culprit, thank you. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave the Falcon's Nest. Lore. Okay. Just get up, Emmy. You're going with him. Go on without me. This is... I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person. Is that clear? Your manservant is not here. In fact, I haven't seen him for some time. Honorroy? Honorroy? I could have sworn. And there it goes. Yeah, I got a little bit too real, and I apologize for that. I will endeavor to never be real again. Insert humorous anecdote. Where's the stupid kid? Oh god, I remember not being able to find him last time I played this too. Oh yeah. So, while we're talking about depressing, horrible subjects, you want to hear something horrible and depressing? So, we beat Guild Wars 2 last night. One of the things that involves... Yep, nope, that's why I didn't find him last time. You can mute me for a second, I was going to tell you anything. One of the things that involved is watching the credits, which played over the playable outro. Each section of the credits had at least one in loving memory of, for the people who died during the production. In some cases, they had as many as 6.
Onawa! No, no! What have they done to you? Onawa! Onawa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the 7 hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Onawa? Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Chirurgeon without delay.
I'm sorry, Chirurgeon? I'm never saying it that way.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces!
Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Peacefully apprehend that woman. Just random suggestion. Apparently my character is as angry as I am here.
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
Can we, like, get him to the surgeons? Okay, good. Thank you. Emmy's an irritating character. The question of whether he's good or not is a little bit more complicated than that. I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. Yeah, the moment he strikes an ally, that's when you've officially stepped over the sanity barrier there. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there's not to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this! But he... I have no desire to wait for the Lordling to emerge out of his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to. Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you. Of course it has. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. It is rumored my youngest lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What actually came to pass? Terrorists, a badly worded order, and a badly followed order. I see. So that's the truth of it. Regardless of intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of the misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away. And no wonder they were left bereft. For what was this sacrifice? Have we not to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmond. Ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are. We are Klingons. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it. We must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers, without glorying in their excesses. A difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other disillusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we dare not revel in the past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, an undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they served to unite us. Yeah. No truth will ever serve as well, yet we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises, to strengthen ties between nations, to test readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but perhaps a grand melee will help to bolster our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies, a unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment. A victory under such circumstance would serve as reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism. But if we should be defeated, though even to hold our own against the cream of three nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well. You have my support on one request. I would have my son take part in the Grand Melee. Why? By his deeds, he has brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring honor. But he sucks! As you wish. Now then, we have no time to lose. Lore, deliver the instructions to Lucia. Okay. Inform my son of his duty. If he's not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. He will fail at this task. To his dismay. So that's their solution, a grand melee to unite the people. What part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You, whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they've come so heavily to rely. Will you oblige them when the proposition's made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? I stand for friends and comrades, not a nation. Poor choice of words. For friends tried and true, then, the living and the lost. So for this grand melee of his, Sir Imric wishes to field a force comprising Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yeah? Can imagine what she'll have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go see for myself. Yep. Well, Matt, have you spoken? Yeah, I've got orders. Bad orders. I was aware of alliances of Crest, so Sir Imric would turn to these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times. I will select the knights for the event forthwith. As for the Watch... Did he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. Raise eyebrow. If you're wondering why I haven't given any pluses or minuses for the previous scene, I'm still trying to disentangle my emotions from the scene so I can judge it fairly. Because I don't like that scene. I stand by that statement firmly. Tancred's been telling me about Sir Imric's grand thing. Things were expected to join in. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing, because we aren't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Well, seems the first commander's gone and handpicked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. She's got 3 of them. You'd be fighting, too. Reckon it'll inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned. Think about it, huh? I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he is not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. Do I have to? High failure. I mean, Emmy. I carried him to the manor. Our best surgeons are tending to him as we speak. He is yet to awake, but surely he will. Yeah, we got stuff to do. So Father volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family, always making decisions for me. It's because you don't know how to make decisions for yourself, you waste of flesh. Well, it's not like that, it's just, oh, you wouldn't understand. How could you? You're free to be the man you want to be, whereas I am a son of House Fortem, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born, what I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it, until the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble searching for a purpose and a place. And all around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion with faith and conviction. They dedicate themselves to this cause, but not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I convinced myself I was above it until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Honor Roy, I only wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame, but in the end there was only me. And me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Emmerich and make my own decision. Beware the cost of decisions made.
Lord Commander, if I may, I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
Cost, benefit.
I want to believe. I do.
Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emmerich leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more. An adventurer beholden to none who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A war. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time? Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
We would not have come this far if not for you, Lar. Gods help me, I think I might be love. I dare say it might be cheating, too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. Yeah. See the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? 'Twas look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotion. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment I was fear-inspired to pledge myself to his cause, but that would be improper. This is their fight, and yours, but not mine. Sir Emmerich informs me the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal. Grand melee, let's do it. I actually lost this fight the first time I did it. Paladin, if you're wondering. I was still paladining at this point in time for some stupid reason. For the questing stuff, anyways. For dungeons, I was Astrologian through and through. Two, three, four. 4 quests till the final steps of faith, by the way. And yeah, this is a solo thing, so I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to disband. Let's make it easy. There is a dungeon right before the final steps, as a fresh reminder. Literally, it's right before it. And then we'll have another dungeon pretty soon after that. And then we have a bit of a gap. And then we hit the frickin' wall. And story negatives. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Looks like we'll get there. There he is. I say when you didn't appear, I began to question... To think we were mere moments from facing the cream of Eorzea's soldiery in battle, that I am... But what if... What am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. It doesn't help anything, that is true. No, we don't have to do Titan Hard. Also, we already did Titan Hard, so there's that. Yeah. I know it's sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colors of House Fotem into battle. You might wonder why I consistently refer to the Count as father. I don't do it as a joke or a meme. The man effectively adopts us, and I honor that. I should probably mention that I believe this is them attempting a new bit of tech, glamour without affecting stats. I'm pretty sure it's the first time they've done this. So that's what we look like, even though our stats are completely unaffected. I could be wrong, but I've also often believed this was the very beginnings of testing that would lead eventually to the roleplay system, which I know they started implementing in Stormblood.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
Kill the enemy, leave none alive. Yeah, I was gonna say, I look a lot like Oshafon right now, don't I? So, kill the enemy. Oh, okay. I can do that. Yeah, my hair is white flecked with black. I couldn't do the blue. I mean, could you imagine me with blue hair? First company to get 100 points is the victor. Curious gaze, blah blah blah. You can from left. I'm okay. I'm all chiffon, but a bit older. How old was he, actually?
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard.
That's what I did last time, Rax. Oh, I forgot to check if I have the shield still. It looks good on me, Palooza. That's why I did it. I was going to try out a few other colors, but then I got deathly ill and had to shave it all.
All is ready then. Very well.
28. Yeah, no, I'm a bit older than him.
Men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the grand melee begin!
God, I'm older than Altorial. How old is the Count Fortem? Am I his age? $59. Okay. I'm not that old. Or am I? Alright, Pippin. I've got your number. Die, Pippin. You don't belong in this world. Because it's because you're better than this world. You deserve better than this nonsense, honestly. Can we just get you out of here? Oh god, that is weird to think about. Hold on a second. How old is Xenos?
Is that all you've got?
$26? Okay, a 26-year-old's crushing on me. I feel uncomfortable. Varys was old when he had kids. Jesus. That's even worse, Rax! Yeah, I am almost Varys' age, which is also kind of weird to think about. Oh yeah, of course Thorin was 74. He was evil. All old people are evil. We know how this works. One AoE. Technically 3. Those on cooldown. Yeah, I was gonna say, Lucian, this is not how you tank. Don't pull a Mr. Red. I'm kidding, Mr. Red, if you see this. I'm kidding. I just keep needing to kill Pippin, don't I? Die, Pippin. Morning, Ross. Yeah, I remember honestly being bored by this the last time I did this, but then again, I was also doing this as a paladin and not on easy mode, so this took a long frickin' time, to say the least. Lucia, what are you doing? You're literally just standing there. Okay, Lucia, we need to have a chat. I don't know how you do things in Garlemald, but, I have to.
Right there!
Time to kill Pippin again. I feel bad about this, really. Whatever. Time to kill Pippin again. Wait, no, that's not Pippin. It's just a Molotov. Yeah, I don't want her as a trust. She sucks too badly. Never! Oh my god, I'm the... Well, they finally picked someone as a good choice for, the thing. And it was 16? Oh my god! That's horrifying! Oh, now what? All forces fall back. Why? I got a better idea. All forces, kill that thing. Get rogue. Evasion tank. Thanks, Thancred, I guess. Alright, back to killing each other. Yeah! Form a line on lore. I was saying, is there a mudra that gives you a shoryuken? Because, and yes, that's right. Robot is still better than all these people with one arm. So, sorry, I should explain part of that laughter as this awesome fight is playing out here. See, in military doctrine in Star Wars, this is not a joke. They organize the Navy based on points, and then lines, and then squadrons. A Star Destroyer in the military doctrine is an entire squadron by itself. So in other words, the Star Destroyer is the line. Oh, it's time to beat up Roban. What's up? Alright, Bull. Cabal Amigo. This fight was actually pretty rough, as I mentioned. Again, Paladin and at level. Don't call me old boy. Emmy the Lofty, by the way, is his title there, in case you missed that. Is this... is this foreshadowing for the final boss of the Belger's Wall fight? Oh, whatever. Back to killing him. Okay, down you go. Oh, that's true. You only have to kill the one sword. You're right, you're right. Just first thing I was reminded of. I guess it's kind of like Ifrit now that I think about it. You good, Raban? You okay, Raban? Yeah, seriously. At this point, I would have walked out and hold out the hand like, "You all right, buddy?" 'Cause I like Raban.
Did he win? Then we...
Yeah, there's the adrenaline kicking in.
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard!
When did we get the title Raban's left arm? I know we've gotten it, but I can't remember when we get that.
Well fought, my friend. You truly are the warrior of warriors. Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Yeah, imagine if it was me and Raban against the rest of you. That would have gone swimmingly. Now, where's Thancred? I did it. I murdered people for glory.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand.
Well, that's the adrenaline talking.
I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
By force, if necessary. And I could too, Tara. I forget which game it is, but there's some game out there where they're like designing the military battle. It's like, okay, this unit will go here, this unit will go here. You will go here by yourself, because we're an entire unit.
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
I gave Emmy a plus. Give me a break.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn. On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
That's the politician's way for saying, so, y'all done screwed up.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people.
Yeah, you'd know about that one.
Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Let's see, so military dictatorship, theocracy, military dictatorship, and Council of Rich People.
Well, That made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way.
There's a term. Oligarchy? Is that it? Oh, God, I can't remember which one. Hang on. Government of rich people. Is it a plutocracy? It is a plutocracy. My bad. So, plutocracy. Congrats, Death Eagle.
Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
I wasn't going to say anything. Hey, let me switch to healer.
Tis but a scratch, I assure you. And I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as Y'shtola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
Hey, Pippin. As long as I live, I'll never forget that duel. It was inspiring and humbling in equal measure. I feel honor-bound to point out, however, my father was fighting one-handed. Yeah, and I beat you up like 7 times, too. Balls, I forgot what it was to feel so alive! Not since leaving the Blood Sands have I had the privilege. Not since the Bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different. But I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you've come and how much you've earned it. Our fight only confirmed it. We shall have to do this again one day when time allows. I'll look forward to it. Now, go celebrate your victory. Come on, Pippin. Lead on, father. Now, where is Thancred? Aha! Ah! Said your goodbyes? Yeah. In all the years I've known Raban, I can't recall him looking so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ishgardians have claimed their symbolic victory, the Eorzean Alliance have been strengthened in the process. Be proud. You made this happen. I didn't do jack. I haven't earned an emote I've actually had on my bar ever since. Well, first I took lessons, like actual lessons, Roman. And then I have spent literally every day streaming for the last however many years practicing the art. Speaking of which, I also have Battle Stance. I forget where we get that exactly, but yeah, those 2 emotes have never actually left my bar ever since I got them. They're the only emotes I use on a regular basis. Other than eating pizza, of course. We've done it. You've done it. You brought us victory. There's not to return. Come, let's go see what kind of reception awaits us. We come back, people are throwing tomatoes and rocks, and ice balls, you know. Snow with rocks in them. $87 USM Corp. It's pretty useful for streaming, Roman.
My lord!
Honorine runs up and knifes him in the gut!
Honoroi, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Turns out Honoroi was always an assassin.
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
Hell no.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest.
I'm sorry. Imagine if it was like, Emmerich, now is the time. Yes, it's time to establish a new galactic empire. And like, Ishgardian, like, conquers the 3 city-states and becomes this new military power. And this was all planned out. Like, Emmerich has had this planned out for years. Lucia has been helping him with it.
We will make peace with Hraesvelgr.
Everyone applauds.
And hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations.
I mean, okay.
Emanuele, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
Be real for a second. Would a united Eorzea under Aymeric really be that bad?
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Y'shtola and the others.
It would be great until Aymeric dies. Then we'd have a problem.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
No, it'll be fine. It'll be a straight-up, Carolingian thing, right? As soon as he dies, he just splits up all his territory into different sons. And then we have centuries of warfare. Damn it, Rex. They say you duel General Bond within a ring of flames. I did not think the man so ostentatious. Would I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Totaro. We agreed to tell the others that our search for Minfilia has reached an impasse. I subsequently learned you left for Falcon's Nest, but thought best to keep it myself for a time. I am wont to rely on you overmuch when we're together and needed time to think and reflect. Still do, I suspect, but matters they seem to be coming to head. So in short, there's some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent that I cannot wait till the conference. So let's go to the Falcon's Nest and see if Lord Artorial has need of our assistance. Speaking of conquering the city-states, Umbral Magnus asked an interesting question. He says, let's say after many years of saving the world, the Warrior of Light retires. They retire to one of the city-states. Which one do you pick? Now, Magnus also mentioned that Ishgard is an option, since they specifically mentioned that they would pick Ishgard. So which of those 4 would your Warrior of Light retire to? Oh, yeah, and I need to start recruiting people again, because we're now 3 quests away from a dungeon. So I'm going to start grabbing people. I mean, I like the cold, so I'm a little biased. They say he fought bravely, that he did not dishonor his house, but to you we owe everything. As you can see, we've made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. So, let's do it. Hey, Magister. We've been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait, or do you have other matters to attend to? I'll wait. Obviously, I'd pick Gridania because it's the worst place to live in. Just in general. I'd rather live in the frickin' steppes than in frickin' Gridania. I don't know if that doesn't sound creepy or weird, Tara.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
I'd probably pick either Limsa Lominsa or Ishgard, depending. I'd have to think about it. Twit.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Is she bound, gagged, and blindfolded, has a bag over her head, and is dead? Then yeah, okay, she can be here.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Dude, she betrayed Garlemald out of loyalty to you. I think she trusts your judgment, okay?
Have I ever done otherwise?
Yeah, seriously. I wasn't counting the Crystarium as a city-state. If we're really opening it to any of the major cities, that's a bit of a different question.
Look!
I admit Kugane would be very tempting.
The White Dragon!
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer.
Cast magic amplification.
Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy, life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
recognize it?
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Never!
6 seconds. That was pretty impressive. We had peace for 6 seconds.
Your bow!
Yep, one whole turn in D&D. Rose. Yep. Pretty gross.
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thornton? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution.
I turned to the pink-haired woman. See, this is how you do a protest.
Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge.
You know, I'm a dragoon. I could probably...
7 hells.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Damn you, Nidhogg.
Burninating the countryside. Sorry. Yeah, I'll see you in about 3 quests. We're racing to him.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
Yeah?
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg!
Yeah.
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
You catch the irony? We're all divided, and we've got all sorts of people, and some people are scared, and some people are hurt, and some people are angry, and everyone's la 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 la. And then they get one big, nice, obvious common foe, and ouch, we're all united again. Thank you, Nidhogg. I couldn't have planned it better.
Death to Nidhogg! 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 Death to Nidhogg!
I don't know why Alphino's freaking out. This is a good thing. Who? Valvedrix? Oh, Kane. Right. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. You just lost Minfilia. You're okay with losing Estinian too, right? Yeah, fun thing, I actually just looked it up just to see if there's some info on what he said. I didn't find anything, so if there is someone who knows what he said there. Until the moment I saw him strike, I still held some small hope what you'd seen in Azislav was an illusion, but he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Aymeric. For a mercy, Vidofnir's wound was not mortal, thank God. Or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Annex Shrine to receive care from her brethren. It's okay, we came up with a poultice that heals dragons. Remember that? Side quest? One of the only good side quests. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not to the children of Thorgrim, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance like Estinian. Only if you do it the wrong way, Dr. Winter. 2 quests to go. When I said I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisaged a rather happier circumstance. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say. Not to the Warrior of Light, or even my fellow sign, but to you, my friend. But not here. I will freely admit I tend to get very big brothery when it comes to both Alphino and Elise, so... Especially in Shadow. But that started here. No, not in Coils. Go ahead, make fun. It's okay. Because it's...
Forgive me. That took longer than expected. You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I. In our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshvon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle, too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Aymeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Aymeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try. Lord Horshvon would be proud. I knew you would understand. Together, we will surely find a way.
That's actually the end of 3.2 right there. Or rather, this is. Which leads to 3.3, which of course leads to... Now, I don't mean to try to cast aspirations onto a touching and heartwarming scene, but have you noticed how well constructed this particular plot point is? No, have you noticed? This is fascinating in its construction, because what's happening here is they are once again writing as if we are a Star Destroyer. They are once again writing around the fact that we are so strong. Aymeric, who is a leader of men and nation, needs to be willing to kill Estinian in order to defeat Nidhogg and his forces. Aymeric didn't hesitate with the bow. He couldn't. That choice is absent him. We are not. We are a Star Destroyer. We can strike carefully and true. We can withstand the pain, hardship, and suffering required to make the attempt to save, not merely destroy. Only someone powerful can be capable of attempting this kind of restoration, because anyone else would simply be destroyed. This is very well constructed, and I love the way they do this whole sequence. I'm reminded of the last time we came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and now it is our turn to return the favor. Here, here, let no one say the Scions don't repay their debts. Stormblood Kugani. Sword joke? After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped looking for Ida and Papalima, or gave up hope of bringing Minfilia back? Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it imperative we understand the true nature of this planet, of the rift between Zodiark and Hydaelyn, of the Ascians' aspirations. But for all that was revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion there's much we have yet to learn. In any event, I think we take a step back from the fray, consider our next course of action. Months pass. Two quests to go now. So I need a fourth. Who would like to join us for Sorkai? And immediately after that, I'm going to need 4 more people.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still, to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
Well, no apology is sufficient for being European, but I'll let it go this time, Disco. Have we gotten his name yet? I mean, I know his name, obviously. As I say, I'm pretty sure the last time we saw him, it was just Warrior of Darkness and question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price.
Sir Aymeric must become.
In those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raised their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
Kill the humans, kill the culture. God damn it. Hi, Ida. Quite a while, admittedly, Blade Traval. Like, I was liking him so much, it was making me more suspicious. So, do not be so eager to place your faith in them, not till we know more. I'm sure whatever they're up to has nothing to do with the main plot. You can tell that person's evil. Okay, Ham. So it's been 3 months. Master Runner, hey! Break one here. Am I going to be tanking or healing for this particular setup? I don't mind, as usual. Just let me know. There you are. Have you a moment? There's something I would fain discuss. I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the Peace Conference, though I dare say you would soon forget them. My mind returns to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of a Stinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope our friend might not be on salvation. When you described his fateful transformation in Az's Law, I feared him lost forever, but the fact that something of a former self endures must count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus, did I turn to Y'shtola and Kryal for more empirical appraisal. And full glad am I that I did, for it would seem they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have us a table at the Forgotten Night. Let's go. Why don't we discuss it here instead of in full earshot of everyone who's listening in? I like the Forgotten Night too, but come on. So let's talk about going and not killing a dragon. That's a cool robe too. But it looks like, I'll go ahead and tank. Okay, well... No, you go ahead and tank, Brax, if that's okay. I just had a thought. There's a cutscene coming up I want to look like this for, which means I need to be a Dragoon for it. So for continuity's sake, I would like to Dragoon the upcoming trial. If that's okay.
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Jibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humors.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humors that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, Then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when you took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I'd sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the Dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah! I found you at last! A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Onawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this Dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
And you'll notice, by the way, this is the second time the post-Heaven's Word content has given us an objective that is not destroy the enemy. AKA something that could properly challenge someone like us.
Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragon Song War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Exactly, Blade Turval. We can kill stuff easy. That's kind of our job. We are a dervish. Maybe they've located Nidhogg.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas, not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
Found a bunch of moguls.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You speak of Hraesvelgr?
I do. To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal, I do not deny, nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelgr's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal. And if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
We will, my lord, though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then, we will depart at your leisure.
Thank you, both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
Man, I don't remember the mechanics of any of these fights. I remember the fights. I get this play semi-frequently on 50, 60, 70. But, that's all pugging. It grieves me to impose on you, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. It's no imposition. To Laura and I, Ishgard is as a second home, and to a lot of players too, I'm sure. After the many battles we have fought over the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there's all we can do to aid its salvation, we pray you impose us must. You are true friends. Shall we about our task, then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, but we assume time is not our ally. Indeed. With that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Taru that you'll be escorting me to Samal. I confess I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are as yet unknown to me. Yes, we will summon Hraesvelgr at the zenith of the Churning Mists. To consult with Vidofnir first. I propose this in part out of concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to wounds, it would have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. I have 3 questions in the queue right now from you, Disco. One about, do I think the homogeny of the player races was a good design decision or a waste of potential? Which I don't understand the question, so I'm going to ask you to clarify. One was, how far do you think it would get if one citizen accused the other of heresy with no grounds whatsoever? To which I say we've seen several quests, including side quests, that's there, which have indicated fairly clearly that that would go very far and very badly because, well, real-life parallel. We're walking. And the other question was, if you were the writer, would you have Pink Arid Idiot be killed, or write to be a more believable means of survival? I would have a more believable means of survival. The second arrow was completely unnecessary. Most people, upon taking such a substantial physical wound, such as being shot in the arm with an arrow, would have the shock value hit, the adrenaline hit, and would probably pass out of their own volition, rather than having to require a second arrow to do it. Ah, 'tis warrior of warriors and his companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Coffee-powered! Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I'll heal in time. Well, glad am I to hear it. Poultice. You were a guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon full-grown, and thou thought to protect me? I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy great-grandsire learned to crawl. Yes, you're old and ancient, venerable, and you just got punked by a guy with a spear, so shush. Thy words do remind me of a knight whom I called some friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Ah, would that we could return to that era of peace. Man and dragon knew such comradeship. Would that our every effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For a truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade lingereth. Yeah, duh. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him. Thus do we make for Samal, to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Folly, thou knowest as well as I how he will answer. Hraesvelgr's heart remains unchanged, then. Pity. But if it is folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way of thy kind. Go then, but be warned. The Shade's presence has driven its minions to frenzy. Very close, Umbral Magnus. Thank you, Vidofnir. We shall disturb you no longer. We are on the quest, which will unlock Sorkai, the dungeon. And the quest after that. Sorry, we are now on the quest to unlock Sorkai. And the next quest will be the final steps of faith. Lucia's report described Annex Shrine in detail, but her words failed to convey the overwhelming strangeness of standing in the domain of dragons. Though I expected no better answer from Vidofnir, I take little pleasure from having been proven right. It would seem our presence at the Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I anticipated, but what is the ire of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Scout ahead if you wish, Lore. Sure. Why do I have to go to Mogholm first? The game just... it won't let it go. It won't let it go. They just keep insisting that I keep dealing with these frickin' Moguls! I heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. I've seen better. Oh my god, a Mughal mafia. I like that idea. You live to see such wonders. I'm reminded of my first visit to this peak when Estinian and Uzael yet walked at our side. Boopo. Boopo. Is that you, Lore? Yeah, what's up? If it isn't don't tell me you forgot my name after all we've been through together. I don't remember your name, and I've been doing these quests. I don't know who it is. Hey, I'll flip a coin. Hang on. Right in front of the Moogle, I flip a coin. Okay. How can I forget you, Morgan? Phew, you seemed hesitant for a moment, but I'm sure you're just fondly recalling the time we camped near Zenith, right, Kupo? Right. Putting aside our shared history, what brings you and your friends to Mogho? Hell. Hell brings me here. Another audience with old Price Velger. Well, I hope you brought the horn. With the winds as gentle as they are, good toot should reach him easily enough. Well, that's good to hear, thank you. We had best press on to the zenith while the winds are in our favor. Bye, Morgan. Thank you for not breaking my... Oh no, instead of breaking your kneecaps... Oh yeah, this is why we fight a Moogle, in the upcoming dungeon, by the way. Instead of breaking your kneecaps, they force you to do side quests. And they're terrible side quests. Just the worst. Yes, exactly. Just break my kneecaps, please. I'll do anything. Shit, you should have paid up, Capo. Now I'm gonna need you to go gather 5 tufts of this item. It's a rare drop. Off of enemies that only spawn once in every 10, randomly. Without a guarantee of spawn. And they spawn across the entire area and only during fates. In the fates. You have to do the fates, too. Ah! I could probably make a worse quest than that if I really thought about it. Oh, probably Omega Legion. Now here's the really fun question. If he hadn't done that, don't you think that civilization would have been, you know, Ascianed? You dare summon me again, mortals. I am evil.
Great race, Velga. 'Tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
That's your cue, Aymeric.
Greetings, Bresvelga. I am Aymeric de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people.
To parley? Thinkest thou thy purpose unclear to me? Thou art come to beg mine aid against the battle of... in battle against the shade of my brood brother.
You foresaw mine intent.
I but read that which is writ plain in thine eyes. Would that thou had wit enough to scry the answer in mine. My beloved Shiva did once build a bridge twixt man and dragon, a bridge which thy treacherous forefathers saw fit to tear down. As thou well knowest. That's the most elaborate as you know I've ever seen. Thinkest thou Nidhogg was alone in despairing at the murder of our brood sister? Thinkest thou mine own soul did not cry out for vengeance? Know then that upon that cursed day my heart did wither in my breast, and my kind became unto me harbingers of despair. 'Tis only Shiva's gentle dream that preventeth me from flying at Nidhogg's shoulder. Be grateful I swore to abjure aggression ere I consumed her. Still weird. I permit my children to offer or deny the aid as they see fit, to warn thy people of the brood brothers' coming, that thou wouldst dare ask more of me, but affirmeth thine incurable arrogance.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope?
Perceivest thou such light in the dusk of mine existence?
I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear Azel upon your back?
Azel. Piteous, deluded Azel. The child did lament her past sins and sought to balance the scales with her remaining days. 'Twas her unquenchable passion, so alike to that of my beloved, which did spur me to that flight. As for mine own part, I would countenance no longer the hands of evil men to use my brood brother's eye for ill.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Spare me thy idle sophistry. Even were there a mote of truth in thy reasoning, what of it? Wouldst thou have me slay mine own sibling to save a city of mortals?
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Thou wouldst strike down thy friend, and, by example of thy righteousness, persuade me to break mine oath and kill my kindred. Heed me, my child. The servants of Hydaelyn envision a different outcome. They intend salvation, not only for Ishgard, but for the doomed Dragon Slayer as well. Which I don't think we told Amaric about. Believest thou this shade to be Nidhogg returned? Is it not merely a manifestation of his vengeance, the shadow cast by thy brood brother's rage? I would not command thee, but ponder well thy course, lest it lead thee into far greater remorse. Help us save our companion. Yeah, Midgard is like, just, dude, be cool. Thou wishest to rescue the Dragoon from his fate along with the rest. I do begin to see why Azel entrusted her hope unto thee. Thy purpose is pure, but so too is my brood brother's wrath, and 'tis that which lendeth him his all-surpassing might. Hadst thou the strength of will to stand against so terrible a shadow, I wonder? 'Twould seem I must put thee and thy companions to the proof. I shall await thee in the ruins where Ratatoskr once dwelled. Heed well the words of my children, and hasten thee to the place of thy trial. A dungeon awaits you, sir. But he said, no, the trial's afterwards. Big cutscene before the trial, too. So anybody who wants to be for the trial, you've got a few minutes. Several minutes. Meanwhile, the Moogle Mafia is doing their job. Meanwhile... Wait, hang on. Is the cutscene still going? Okay, cool. Hey! I believe I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. Doubtless one of the children of whom Hraesvelgr spoke. Come, let us not keep our escort waiting. The Imperious Wyvern. My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. As it's there. So Pyro asked a question 8 days ago, which I've had in the queue ever since, waiting for him to show up again. He says, what are your thoughts on the CEO of Square coming out and saying he loves the HD 2D style that has recently emerged with the likes of I Am Setsuna and Bravely Default? And he would like to see more remasters and remakes in that style. So my thoughts on that. Admittedly, I'm going to go ahead and be 100% honest. I don't actually care for that particular visual aesthetic. Bravely Default was an exceptionally functional game when it came to gameplay, but the visual style never worked for me, and I Am Setsuna was garbage, in my opinion, so... So, for those of you who haven't played Bravely Default, most of the backdrops are actually drawn, and they kind of pseudo 3D a little bit. It's hard to explain if you haven't seen it. So I assume that's what's being referred to here. I Am Setsuna wouldn't qualify as garbage, sorry. I shouldn't speak hyperbolically. I Am Setsuna was a terrible game. Let's just speak plainly. Yeah, the diorama thing. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Dragoon. You're playing a Dragoon lore. Pay attention. I know they do a little bit of parallaxing. I'm not sure how they accomplish all the effects. I've never looked into it. So that being said, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of it, but I'm not against it either. It's just whatever to me. So I don't really have much of an opinion on that. I Am Setsuna is the greatest game ever made in the history of the ever. Please don't kill me, Umbral Magnus. By the way, notice the FF5 enemies here. I actually prefer this take on several of them than the actual sprites from, FF5. I mean, Bravely Default's story honestly kind of sucks on several levels. The dialogue is actively bad. The main plot is nonsensical at best. I would literally call it weaker than FF5's story, and that's saying something because FF5 is not exactly known for its good storytelling. And yeah, it's very bland. Whoop, wrong button. Now, if the question was intended to be more the Octopath thing, I think I've given my opinion on that enough times that I feel sad about repeating it, therefore I shan't. That would be awesome, Zed Slater. Assuming they did it right. Oh, nice visuals around it. I'm not really showing this off properly. This actually used to be one of the joint areas that, you know, where humans and dragons lived in peace. And now it's up here because, well, you know. Finally delete that question. So all players are the same stat-wise. Was this a good decision? Yes, absolutely, 100% yes, no question. So back in the day, different classes, different races having different stats was considered not only mandatory, but, you know, good. And then years and years of study and analysis of MMO design has led to the total opposite perspective. I'm gonna shut up so you can know the song. I don't know this fight at all. We usually just roll over this boss. I know there's like a res thing. We gotta kill these immediately, so I'm gonna do that. And we gotta like drag them out of the circle, I'm pretty sure, or something like that. Oh yeah, by the way, this dungeon has a lot of unavoidable damage. Oh, here we go. Yep. We just knock them out of the circle, and they don't get raised. And that's the only mechanic I remember, so... Ah, you were thinking Octopath. Gotcha. So I actively dislike how Octopath looks. But I will admit, I think that's more the specifics of how they use it, not that they use it, if that makes sense. I think that the Octopath style could be used to good effect, and I have proof of that because I've played the Triangle Strategy demo, so... That being said, if that is indeed the course they're going on, which it totally is, by the way, like whether I like it or not, that is absolutely the direction they're going. I mean, the Dragon Quest III thing and Triangle Strategy and Live Alive are certainly evidence enough of that. So we're just going to kind of live with it and see if they can actually do good stuff with it. I'm going to AFK very briefly. I do apologize. I forgot to turn on my AC this morning, and it's starting to cause me problems. Seems to not be doing well in my absence. But yeah, no, that's kind of my thinking, but of course that is admittedly the realm of hypothetical. It might be possible to turn the Octopath style into something good, I just haven't seen it yet. Sorry, I was supposed to sing, "Here I come to save the day." Look at all the birds up here, God. Well, let's see. So now that we finally answered that question, hopefully to Pyro's satisfaction. It only took 8 days to get there. Just been sitting there in my queue this whole time. Okay, so the homogeny. Right. So in case I didn't finish answering that, Disco, to be very, very clear, making races purely cosmetic has actually statistically been proven to be the good call when it comes to MMO design. And that's the summary there. There's plenty of reasons to be like, oh man, make the races very different, and those reasons all are bad. Because when it gets down to it, when you really get down to the specifics of endgame or PvP or certain particular things like, like bonus stuff, like gaining rep or whatever, all of that stuff essentially forces players to play a race they don't want to play in order to be effective. This is one of the reasons why basically every MMO has drifted away from racials and turned it into a pure cosmetic. So, allow me to be very clear, I am 100% in favor of that mentality. I mean, you remember when Dwarf Priests were considered mandatory? Because of the racial. Ah, this fight. This is a fun one. I actually remember this one. Pugs like to wipe on this fight for some reason. Well, then you have truly lost yourself, Disco. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to turn in your agonizer, please. Damn it. Couldn't make it in time. Oh well. Why is a Pegasi up here? Like, I know every MMO does this. They just say, alright, and now you fight this thing because it's an idea we had. No, I'm not actually making that up. Most MMO does. I don't know if FF14 does this, but I know several other MMOs that I shall not name do this. And the way it works is they just come up with boss ideas. They have the boss design team just coming up with boss ideas. Okay. Oh. And they just kind of grab random bosses for the filler. Well, for the filler. And most boss raids or dungeons are designed with that in mind, that there's going to be filler bosses. So let's see, make the worst side quest you can in this game. No. So Nidhogg is dead or resurrected, and all dragons reanimate themselves. Is somebody has... honestly, I have no idea what's going on with that. I'm just gonna release. Do. So I answered that question. Savacom asks, when I was playing Suikoden Tactics, I noticed that it was the most horrible game ever. The amount of optional content almost requires sequence breaking to do and interrupted the flow of the story. I wonder, do you consider that a negative? As always, the question boils down to, it depends. But it sounds like yes. Not because it's optional, not because of anything else, but purely because if there's content that basically requires sequence breaking to do, especially if that information is not in the game or requires a walkthrough or a game fact or whatever, then yeah, that sounds like negative territory to me. Umbral Magnus says, if you were to adapt the Dragonized concept into a D&D game, what powers would you give the player who has one? So the way I would do this is I would say you have an artifact. Every hour you have it on you, you have to do a willpower save. Every time you use it, you have to do a harder willpower save. However, what you can do is you can use it and add dice to your rolls. Any rolls of any kind whatsoever. However, each additional dice you use requires another will save. Failed will save means possession. Any failed will save. I admittedly didn't even see the cloud. Insert joke here. So I'll take ownership of that one. That's pretty much what got me killed. I'd have to do some balance checks to figure out how big the dice buffs would be, but probably something along the lines of, I don't know, 10d8. Something like that. So 10 to 80, if you're paying attention. So we're supposed to take the hit. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't actually know that. Every time we pug this, we deliberately hop in. Whoa, Bregwin's dead. We deliberately hop in the lightning in order to avoid it. Apparently, you're not supposed to do that in minimum mile level, which that tracks a little bit. Okay. Sorry, just, you know, that was wonderful for Bregwin there. You saw that. Alright, get up, and immediately get hit by the lightning. Well, speaking of which, let's see if I can get this away from people. That'll have to do. Alright, which side are you doing it on? Please be the other side. Nope. Oh, that's a misclick. That's a literal misclick. Damn it! I'm gonna die from literally misclicking. Yep. Wow. That's now twice that's happened. Ever, actually. Ironically, I think both times it was on this mouse. Well, there's no safe zone left, so, damn it. Well, this is gonna hurt. Yeah, we need some bubbles. Because, yeah, there's no avoiding that. Ugh, yep. And that dot hurts like hell in minimum item level. Jesus Christ. That's just hell death. Ugh, I lived. Just... I was one tick away there from horrible death. Yeah, good job, healer. Jesus. I've actually thought about removing it from that button several times, but the problem is that is my get away button. Like, that's mentally, you know what I mean? I also don't have another button to put it on. Thou hast weathered my trials thus far, but I am not convinced. I will test thy limits. Yeah, I didn't play healer to heal people. I'm a green DPS! I've got needs! Okay. So, I answered Disco's question. Omega Legion asked an interesting question. 5 times, played Jabal. How would you do a Garrosh storyline in FF14? Well, first we have to identify which city leader is Garrosh. So we've got Hein, Admiral, Roban, effectively, Emmerich, Kane, and that's it. So... if we had to turn one of those into a conquering monster, which is admittedly a simplification, but let's just go into that. I mean, the Admiral feels like she's the best pick there. She has already self-admittedly been like, yeah, I know that, you know, I shouldn't go and mess with the kobolds and, you know, the Naga, but you know what? Honestly, screw them. No, seriously, she said that on camera. I'm not even putting words into her mouth, so... She would probably be the most likely person to try and conquer to increase the prosperity of her people. Which, for those of you who are familiar with the Garrosh story, was Garrosh's actual motivation. For those of you who haven't watched the Lorecraft series, first of all, shame on you, but second of all, the whole point was that the orcs were suffering. Literally existing in abject poverty. And Garrosh tried to change that. First, via alliances. Second, via trade. Third, via conquest. So it's not that hard to apply that to the Admiral, now is it? Yeah, I was about to say, so imagine a story arc where we have shifted sides and we are assisting the Beast Tribes fully against the Maelstrom. So, I remember some of these mechanics. I remember it's a cool fight, but we'll see how this goes. I anticipate death. Mostly for me. Can you fall off? You cannot fall off, okay. I mean, there's a way to fall, but you can't just walk off. I don't remember what these sprites do, but I remember we have to take care of them, so let's deal with these things. And we missed one. I do like how we can hit him over here. I mean, that makes sense. Even in melee. Hraesvalgr is kind of big. No offense, Hraesvalgr. You need to go on a diet, okay? When you appearing on my 600-pound life, Hraesvalgr? I'm just wondering. Yes, Mr. Red. It's actually extraordinarily important that he was, because otherwise everything about that story arc is awful and stupid. And I know. But no, I don't mean that. Ugh! Oh, bull crap, that hit me. Whatever. Listen, I'm sure his bones are quite big, but he's a fatty! You suck, Hraesvalgr. Hraesvalgr. How do you say your goddamn name? Your name sucks, too! This is yet another fight I wish I could zoom out the camera on, speaking of which. I don't remember what that thing does, but I'm not being over there to find out. I guess they just hurt. Well, there's wipe number one. We actually got quite far, all things considered. In fact, you know what? Just for the hell of it. Just for fun. God damn it, now I just blew Litany. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. Ooh! Thankfully, the timing worked out. Okay-ish. Where'd he land? Where'd he land? Where'd he land? Come here, come here. You little son of a submariner. Just 1 second. There we go. No wipes! Good job, Rax. Oh, man. Did you actually die? I can't even see. Oh, yep, nope, you died in the last second. Ah, good job. Good freaking job. That's a fun fight. I like that fight. It looks very heavenly, too. So, we need 4 more people. Rye, if you're there, this is a good time to say something. I know you really wanted to be here for this one. But I also know you might be out on errands. Otherwise... Oh yeah, sorry, we need 5 more people. Right, because Sarona's leaving. Sorry, Yusuf Corp. That's right, the Dragoon lived! It's okay, you got like 20 minutes. We've got a cutscene round to go through. Including my second favorite cutscene in the entire game. Even bereft of an eye, my brood brother was a fearsome foe indeed. But having tasted thy strength firsthand, full well can I imagine thou didst bring him low. The dread title of Azure Dragoon is no empty appellation. They keep mentioning it, I kinda like that. Very well, I shall trust in the seed of man one last time. By thy deeds shall the flickering hope that lingereth yet in my heart be kindled anew or extinguished forever. We did give you your eye back, I'm just saying. That should get us some brownie points here.
Your trial is ended as well, then?
Yeah, we had to fight Hraesvelgr. My 3 friends died!
Mine was brutal beyond reckoning. Vedfalnir seems ill-acquainted with the notion of mock battles.
That you yet stand is ready proof of your determination, mortals. Then let us as allies, then, and together banish my brood brother's vengeful shade. On my oath, the wrath that was once Needhog shall meet its end. This I swear on the memory of my beloved Shiva and on the soul of lost Izael. Okay, passing Rax lead. There we go. Receiving terrifying gift from... Oh, it's a cookie. And some hot chocolate. Oh, I would kill for some hot chocolate right now. Oh, did you know there's actually a coffee shop that just opened up around here? I've been really tempted to go, poke at it. During my incredibly extensive amount of spare time I have. Sorry. Yeah, no kidding, Blade Taval. Oh, my poor ribs. Hraesvelgr says fit to pair me with Vidofnir, but her ferocity was such that I began to wonder if I hadn't simply imagined her injury. Yet my trail pales in significance compared to yours. How fared you in your duel with Hraesvelgr? Well... I take it from this your battle was rather more involved than mine own. Vidofnir... Norse name seemed largely concerned with how long he could keep me rolling in the dust. Between dodging, snapping fangs, and slashing claws, I scarcely had time to aim a blow. Oh, so it was a Dark Souls boss. Had he truly meant to harm me, of course, I would not be standing here now. Plainly, his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training. Speed of the dragon, balance, blind spot. It was a very thorough lesson. Yep, and we got our other lesson from... you. Now, Kupo, let me congratulate you on the completion of your trial. For one with a name more befitting a jester, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. Do you see how my wings are kinked? Even my palm aches. I could remove it for you if you'd like. After this drubbling, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, possibly indefinitely! What? When I told you about Laura's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. I'm thinking revolution. That's triple shift for you, Moghan. Oh yeah, we need to revolt. We need to kill the Moglin chieftain. corpse swallower who ate Shiva. That's appropriate.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelg's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours.
That's how that works.
'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
'Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
How about right now?
Oh, gods.
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade has taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
Am I gonna have to heal? Because that's gonna make for an interesting cutscene. It'll work. I can heal. I can heal. Ishgard, I'll do Sage. Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away. In fact, now that I think about it, sure, I'll go and heal for it. I was hoping to do it as Dragoon, but I'll live with it. I'll live with it. My Lich suit is quite acceptable. Oh, hi, Rai. Where were you? We were just getting grouped together. We should kick Mr. Red out, get Ryan instead. No, Disco! Know you then what this roar portendeth?
Aye. I must return to my city without delay.
Then we shall lend you our wings. Let us meet with Nidhogg on the field of battle, and together put an end to his wrathful song. I don't mean it as a negative thing, Mr. Red. Rax and I actually were talking about this briefly yesterday. Rise doesn't have much availability, so she has higher priority. Whereas you're very reliable, so you're kind of lower priority. But if you don't want to bow out, that's okay. It's just, she hasn't been able to join us for a lot of stuff, and I was just hoping to get her in. That's all. And she can heal. You have this unlocked, right? Right? So, yeah. Going back to Ishgard on the back of Hraesvelgr. There's a sight you wouldn't expect to see. Wow. There's a bookend for you. If you don't remember, this was the site where we fought Vishop, actually, in ARR. It was the very final encounter of ARR. The Steps of Faith.
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns.
Pretty sure, yes, Five. Oh, you mean the original one? Yeah, no, it is totally mandatory.
We must hold!
I was actually just thinking the same thing, Blade Travel. Which is funny, because I think Diablo 3 was after Heavensward. I'm not sure of the timing there. Oh wow, D3 predates it. I always forget D3 is actually kind of an old game, since it's one of the better modern games I can think of.
Reinforcements! By the Fury, that one is the size of Nidhogg.
Lord Commander!
You are late, Warrior of Light.
Give me a break, I've been busy. I love this. Everyone retreats from the field and we just walk forwards. I love it. Yeah, by the way, you keep asking me when we're a Star Destroyer. This is definitively when we are the Star Destroyer. This is the final moment in my mind, where we have completed the conclusion.
What on earth?
Wherefore standest thou with these vermin, brother? Abandon this war, shade. The suffering thou sowest serveth no end. The traitor's progeny have learned of their forefathers' betrayal, and seek now to make amends with our kind. Never shall our grief be assuaged, nor our loss forgotten, but reconciliation may yet halt the spread of this plague of enmity. Forsake thy vengeance and be at peace. What soft-headed ramblings are these? Thy dalliance with that vile maid hath robbed thee of thy wits! Mayhap her cloying perfume hath made thee forget the stench of our brute sister's lifeblood. Yeah, he didn't like that. Thou dare speak of my beloved thusly. Ah, so the flames of rage may yet be kindled. I feared thy thy heart's fire had long since gone out. But waste not thy fury on words, brother. Thou shalt have need of it for the battle. I'm not afraid of you. By the way, Holy and Flare, of course. Did you see Amaric cover her at the last second? And yes, more than anything else, this is proof of what we already know. That Nidhogg's been toying with us for centuries, just to draw out the torture. Yeah. Thou art weak, Chris-Felger, a slithering worm who fawneth on the vermin that should rightly be his prey. For 1,000 years have I fought without cease, and thou didst think to prevail against me? Glory not in thy victory, Shade. The battle is not yet won. My power and my hope have I entrusted to another. She should be in the link shell. Thine eye! What hast thou done? Thou wouldst trust a mortal with thy strength. I know thee. 'Twas thou who didst intrude upon my lair and best the half of me. But now I am whole, and naught in creation shall deny me my vengeance! If we just walk.
Memories dimmed by shadowed hearts. In the waxing gloom did wane the lover's moon, watching as their words drift.
Rye, are you in yet? I don't see you.
One soul's cry, a passion welling within.
That sucks, Giga.
Sacrifice
I hope I don't get copy wrong for this. That just occurred to me.
to her
Ah, gotcha. Go ahead and get Zed Slayer. Sorry, Rye.
My treachery was broke, scattering her words to the wind.
Oh, I'm late. Where's Zed? Do I need a tank? I don't actually remember if there's a second tank needed for this fight. I really don't. I remember this guy has a lot of telegraphs, and it's hard to dodge everything. So that should be fun.
To those who fight for none.
Ah, there we go. We don't need 3 tanks. No! No! Too many. Okay. I actually don't like the song all that much. But let's not go into that. You know me. I have terrible taste in music. I mean, she's a good singer. That's not what I'm saying. Let's be very clear about that. We're still min everything. Trials. Heavens. There it is. Final steps. It's actually funny. Part of the reason I chose this glamour for Dragoon, because I planned this a long time ago, was because I wanted something that showed my face. Because I wanted to use this glamour for this sequence of events. Yeah, no kidding, Lord Aramont. Oh, does it, Omega Legion? Well, all my prep work and planning was for nothing. Moving on. Interesting outfit, Rax. In fact, good outfit on all of this, looks like. Whoop! And of course, the music overrides, as it should. And of course, if you're a DPS doing this for the first time, you're just sitting here listening to this song for like 30 minutes while you wait for someone to get the queue. Oh, that hurt. This is another fight where the camera problem comes in. As much as I hate to say it, I think I'm going to have to ding the game again for that. We've had several of those in Heavensburg. I actually have no idea, Tim. There are multiple MMOs out there that have solved the camera problem in various ways. I'm not sure why this one hasn't. Has they ever spoken of it? Because that might help to shed some light. Do we have 3 Dragoons in this party? Not a complaint. Only commentary. Why is everyone a bunny? My goodness. I mean, 4 Dragoons would be extraordinarily appropriate for this. Look upon the fool who dared embrace my power. Witness the darkened wings that beat about his shriveled soul. Champions of man, hearken to my fury. Actual boss song. By the way, this is my favorite rendition of this song. Abilities wrong cooldown. Live. Speaking of favorite rendition of the song. Sorry, I guess I should clarify. This is my favorite rendition. Because that's how it is in my copy. Nope. Might happen. If Lilith can live long enough for us to get a 3 limit break, we could turn this around very quickly. Just focus on doing what you can for now. Pity. Very close to, because yeah, there's the limit break. Ahem. So, meanwhile, take 2. Yeah, I actually have a very hard time seeing those Dark Circle attacks, too. The first bundle hit me just because I flat out did not see them. I will try to do better. I didn't get hit by any of the other ones, but they're a little tricky. Like that one. I saw that one. It's okay, it was just a vision of the future. Now let's actually fight Needhog, everyone. Whoop, 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 whoop. That's what killed me last time. You know, what's funny is I've been asked that question several times, Herbal Magnus. My answer is always the same. I'm pretty sure Needhog would just keep killing, and killing, and killing, and killing, and he would probably never stop. Eventually, he would fight the Garleans and lose, because they would be able to stop him. But he would probably take out all of the city-states before he got there. Damn it, lore. Someone asked what type of villain Needhog is. That's a good question. He is admittedly a combination of Type 1 and Type 4 and Type 2. He is a complete monster, but a sympathetic one, because he is ultimately a very, very, very broken individual, to the point of actual insanity. Ironically, Needhog is the type of villain who is crafted by being broken over and over and over again. And yeah, it's worth noting, I agree with the overall idea. So, there's some debate about this. Yep. But, I am firmly of the opinion that Nidhogg is dead. All we're fighting is a ghost. Echoes of ether, nothing more. Ironically, he is the classic definition of a ghost. He died badly, and echoes are remaining. And nothing else. No, I have not. Games and goals. It's a very good fight. This might actually be a 2 positive fight. It's got great music, great visuals, great significant, lots of intermittent, interlocking mechanisms. Oh, animation locked! That might hit me. Okay. God damn. My kingdom for high jump. Screwed up my rotation last time too, so we could do a little bit better this time. Not me, not me. Well, my point is that this is not Nidhogg, Inumishka. But, of course, you can disagree because it's not very clear, on purpose, I'm sure. But I firmly stand in that impression that this is not Nidhogg. That's not me again. That's me, yep, as expected. Oh god, there's one right under him. I didn't even see that. Up. Healer's Mon is good. We're almost at a level 3 limit break, too. Nice and smooth. As a reminder, we need to stay stacked after when we were doing that Ankh-Morn thing. Please. For the moment, save the limit break for the healers, just in case. We might not need it. Rax, I'm going to trust you with the limit break for DPS. Judgment call. Stay stacked. I love the visuals of that attack, by the way. It so perfectly encapsulates rage. Good job, everyone. Goes. 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 Should we be around Justinian? Yeah, we're good. I'll go ahead and do, where is it? Yeah, maybe we should be around Justinian. Hang on, let's change my mind. Group hug. Whoop, wrong button. That's the button I was going for. Let's grab one. You can barely see me. Hang on, I could get a better angle than that. Let me scooch. Switch over here. Nope, now I'm hitting my brain. Damn it. Okay, let's do this. That's gonna have to do. But it's a good shot. I like it. Yeah, does anyone see Kata? I don't see Kata around here for some reason. And there's a centered shot. Nice. I think one of those is a rabbit boy. Whoop.
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg. Thou shalt die by my hand.
This is not your hand, worm!
Thou wilt obey.
I would ask one last favor of you, Warrior of Light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued!
Oh, I'm almost guaranteed to give this cutscene a negative.
Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
But also a positive. done by mortal will. Wither now. No, Mr. Red, I do not.
In the waxing gloom, did wane the lover's moon, watching as their worlds drift apart. One soul's cry, a passion welling within. Sacrifice, a final plea to her king.
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
Yet this bond of hope by treachery was broke, scattering her words to the wind.
Now, I just gave that cutscene like 4 positives. But this is incredibly stupid. And worse, it's going to have really bad consequences. So, what? Like, there's a difference between cast it into the fire and throw it over a bridge where someone could just climb down and get it. You know? It's not literally an abyss down there, it's just a bridge. And yeah, we are going to suffer for what we just did for quite a while.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Well, they do, Blade Tribal, so, you know.
Allow me to do this much, at least.
The Horde have sensed the fall of their master and scattered to the winds.
You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Then our alliance hath served its purpose. Thou didst wield the power I granted thee well. 'Twas thine own skill and not mine eye which earned thee victory. I wish thy companion a swift recovery. Fare you well, children of man. Yeah, no, Aymeric, I don't really blame Aymeric. And so to really talk about this, the reason that this is a negative is because this is narrative cheating.
Battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well. Even as Hraesvelga did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
In short, the writers have conspired to ensure that the people who would know better aren't here to do anything about it. There's no question, there's no consideration, it's just throw them over the ledge. How many of you even know about the etheric maelstrom down there? Because I've been paying attention and I've done all the side quests, and they haven't mentioned it once in FF14. Not once. And you see, that's why I call this a narrative cheat, right? To all intents and purposes, someone just playing the game is like, oh yeah, let's just throw it over the bridge. And that's just stupid. It wasn't until I went digging that I was familiar with the fact that there is, you know, an actual abyss down there, which beings can actually... but let's not get into that. You get my point. It is, at its core, because plot. don't mistake me. Still some great... I still gave 4 positives to those cutscenes. I don't want to diminish that, and that actually pulled tears out of me even now. And that's not exactly the first time I've seen that. Through the haze of pain, I swear I sensed... But no, the past is done, and we must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is gone forever. His foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray Estinian survives the ordeal. Your battle with Nidhogg's Shade will beget many an epic ballad, and rightly so. And we're going to make Connacht tons of money. It was without a doubt one of your more epical victories, though I must admit I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And not only for your own sake, had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I can't help but wonder how much of our friends remain. Let's pay a visit to Lucia, beg news of condition. So now we have a surprisingly short trip to the next dungeon. We're not going to hit it before the lunch break, obviously, but we will absolutely hit Zelfatol today. So for anybody who wants to be a part of that, FYI, we will absolutely be hitting Zelfatol today. We might make it to Balzer's Wall. It is possible. I kind of hope we do. But we'll see. This is a Thursday, which means we're going to be cutting off early, as per the new policy. I almost said Lord. Yeah, new policy to help Guido out because he's having a lot of health issues right now. We've started our D&D nights earlier, so he doesn't have to stay up as late, so it's not as bad and unpleasant on him. So Thursdays are now, we cut off early so we can start the D&D stream earlier. So, Master Alphino. Yeah, we still have to do this stupid quest, Stu, because someone moved the goalpost on me. My honored friends, as if winning Hraesvelgr to our cause was not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of our brood brother. I know not how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of the day were Lore and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg's Shade through strength of arm, as the other through strength of will. Speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our Hospitalia captain. I'm told he has yet to regain consciousness. Credit where it's due, Estinian remains out of it for quite a while, as he should. He just went through a lot of crap, including us beating the snot out of him. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Emmerich is never long from Estinian's bedside, and I will send word the moment there are developments. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmund and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Oh, and because I like to say it, and I like to remind you all, thank you for joining me in general. For the raid, for the dungeons, for the run, and just on stream. Y'all are awesome. Don't forget it. Don't forget it. I wasn't even going to ask about the king slime. Just, nope. I'm done. We're past questions. We're cool. We're cool. Just accepting whatever. We haven't gotten you in a bit, Zero, so I don't mind dragging you in. It will absolutely be after the break. There's no way we're going to manage it in the next 20 minutes. We've still got 2 quests to go, which I guess isn't much, but this is very cutscene heavy stuff. We're in the epilogue here. And we have to do the stupid quest. Never forgive.
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you. And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
Blah, blah. Go get your tail.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I'm most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
I'm at Alphino. I understand. I do.
Our Master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
If my lord's irrepressible optimism were ever to fix upon something about which he might had cause to be optimistic, I dare not think about what he might achieve. Without the guiding hand of yours truly, House Hyon's famous dragon killers wouldn't have killed half as many dragons just now. I'll be sure to tell my lady the next time we meet. She's out of your league. Alright, At long last, Needhogg is gone. No true son of Ishgard could wish for more. Yet scores of my brother knights fell in the battle, and I find my joy tempered by their loss. Go, Warrior of Light, we will not begrudge you your time spent at Comrade's sickbed. Oh yeah, I didn't get to show it off on camera, so for those of you wondering what I was talking about, there's the... No, what are you doing? Go back, go back. Ah, stop, stop! Stop moving! Okay, there we go. Ahem. So there's the slime hat, complete with jiggle physics, which is hysterical. A king slime, of course, as if any other slime would be acceptable to be a crown. And I don't know what that rod is from, but I do like it. Yeah, it's perfect for a blue mage, I agree. I mean, it's Dragon Quest, of course it is. I would admittedly never wear that slime pack, but I do not begrudge others. I myself will never be a Pink Vader, but I will champion the cause of Pink Vaders everywhere. Lore, my friend, what can I do for the savior of Ishgard? Oh, Master Alphino, he came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit at Estinian's side, I could not well refuse him. Although he would sooner faint than to admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Hraesvelgur's trial and all that followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. Do you not know the Pink Vader reference, Setzler? I can explain. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name well soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon. We were only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Needhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that in Alphino he sees something of his lost sibling. And in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alphino has found the elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once, and I can well understand Alphino's affection for him. He's a friend for whom I would gladly... Commander, your presence was requested in the infirmary. Is he... I'm on my way. Quest accepted! What? And yeah, Emmerich is totally the Cecil of this story, by the way. And I do mean that as a good thing. Oh, yeah. Okay. No. Right. She forgot about this step. Debate. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Rather than kill Zed Slayer at long last. Or, I mean, no, hang on. She's reading a book. I can't kill her. You can't kill someone reading a book. It's a law. It's like punching someone with glasses. I'm gonna go ahead and take the lunch break a little bit early. And cut off the lunch break a little bit early, as I've been doing for some time now. I don't know if anybody's noticed that. Oh! She's eating an apple. Kill her! Kill her! I'm gonna have lunch, and it'll be a short break, as it usually is. And then we'll come back, and then we'll see the eternal cutscene. Don't worry, it's not 45 minutes. None of them are 45 minutes. But then we'll be pushing forwards to the side quests, and most likely getting to Zelphatal. And then we will start winding down to hell. As everything gets worse and worse and worse, as it is wont to do. So, hope to see you in about an hour. My God, it's so jiggly. Look at it.